Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, August the 18th, 18th, August the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. So, TIVC this morning. So it's an earnings play, but I guess that's not really the reason why it's up. Advances strategic engagements with U.S. government agencies, 2025 MHSRs, whatever that is, DODs, etc. So there's a press release associated with this company today. It is an earnings release, but my guess is, of course, it's because of the press release that it's up the way it is. Good morning, Ozzy, in our YouTube room. Yeah, so through the 200-day moving average, well, 700. We have 765,000 in the float. Probably not that low, but it's going to be low. That's why it can be up 52% right now. A lot of volume, 14.2 million shares already. So this is not shortable for me, of course, at Interactive Brokers, but to see what happens, see if it pulls back at all. Maybe gives us because you're not in it now, you're kind of chasing it, but let's see if it can pull back to any sort of a level that gives us an opportunity to get into it. Got a ton of room. Thank you, D, and for the other info. Yeah, so this has got some room. Look at the weekly charts. It's $7 as the next high on the weekly chart. So it has got room on the weekly chart through the 200-day. So just have to wait and see how it opens. So PPSI, I think now there are some cheap earnings plays. This is another one. So PPSI could be, well, I like the way it's trading so far in the pre-market. It has not given up. You know what I'm kind of looking for? Some of these cheap under the radar earnings plays that on the open they can have a little bit of a lift off. Did one yesterday. Got very lucky on it. It lifted off and then it came right back down, but I was out of it. PGen, I think, is another one. Yeah, nope, sorry, it was not an earnings play. However, they do have news. Interesting. Surgeon is following full FDA approval of their drug, Abzimios. Yeah, whatever they do, whatever that drug does, they have full FDA approval on it. Okay, well, and it's not a low float. 147 million in the float. It is not a low float. So that's a very impressive move. 37% with that float. Very impressive move. Definitely one to keep an eye on all day. Now, it has pulled back quite a bit. It's got up to $4. It's pulled back down to 270, so that's a pretty big pullback already. But definitely one to be followed probably all day. Another huge amount of shares traded, 33 million in the pre-market. Open, yeah, open. Okay, open just showed up for me in the gap ups. So the next high is 399. So yeah, so there's room, definitely some room. $4, the next high on the daily chart. Oh, thank you, Dwayne. The room message. Okay, so this is I thought so. This is so if you think UNH, United Health, is going to keep moving higher, this is how much volume is it? Actually good volume. So here's another ETF designed specifically for a company meaning in this case UNH, and that means UNH is up about 10.5%. 10.6%. So UNH is on the move here, guys. Jumps after Berkshire buy. Target slips after downgrade. I didn't think is Target an earnings play today? I think no, it's not an earnings play today, but somebody downgraded it. Let's see who did that. Bank of America downgraded them. See if anybody else jumped in there. Target was cut to 93. Okay, 93. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but it's a pretty severe cut. Price target for put on by Bank of America for target now, TGT. Somebody mentioned the BSLK. Well, the good thing about BSLK, so yeah, they're doing the financing, but it's way above the financing price. I think it was at you know what? See, that was not right. It says first of all, it said a $4.25 million private placement, but now this is saying it's at 465 each. Oh, maybe okay. 460. I'm right. Or not right. They're right. 465, raising that amount of money, or that number of shares, almost a million shares. Okay, that makes sense. So it's way above the financing price. So that's a good thing. Okay, a thumb down on the financing news, but it's way above the financing price at 465. Glob, Glob. This is an earnings play, and it is yeah, big drop on earnings. Not a big float. Seen this one before. Not a big float. 39 million in the float. So down 14%. Hey guys, okay, this is a real cheap one. For those of you who don't mind playing the cheap ones, SRXH up 88% now. It's just popping up on mine because I do have a 50-cent minimum in one of my scans. So, but I looked at this. I think all sorts of potential weakness, or not weakness, but blockages here, or resistance here. So, SanDisk. I've seen, yeah, I used to be a big one back in the day. I guess they're still around. Earnings play, $43. Earnings play. It's a moving down on earnings. How do I know so fast it's an earnings play? Well, we've got the earnings play. If you look at if you can see my single, Jason in our YouTube room, in our single stock window, you can see the earnings date. If you can see what I'm pointing at, it tells me right there that it's an earnings play. So yes, SNDK. Yeah, this is another little earnings play, I believe. Yeah, KULR. So I mean, this is another little earnings play. I look left though, and it looks like, see, remember the other earnings plays that I'm sort of interested in, the cheaper ones. They typically have a lot more room to move. Okay, when I look left, I see all sorts of areas that could block. Doesn't mean they're going to get blocked here, but yeah, it depends. It has to be an earnings play today, Jason. That I'll see it. If it has a having earnings. I don't know what our cutoff is. 30 days from now, or 30 days in the past. That earnings date field will be blank. So this is not an earnings play, but they're basically preconditioning the market by saying that revenue rising more than 70% on year to year, I guess. So that's IoT, but they don't release earnings until the 20th. They're sort of may as well be an earnings play. So our earnings list is definitely dwindled right now. So this is what I see also. Interesting. Okay, NNE. I mean, it's only up 1%. NNE. This is an earnings play. What else do we have here? Fufu. Okay. A lot of volume. It's an earnings play. This could be another one of those. It's got to get through the 200-day moving average. I look left though, and I see some potential blockages on the weekly chart. It's also pulled back a lot. I think to me, the earnings plays that could run on the market open are ones that are, of course, kind of maintaining their pre-market highs, not with such huge pullbacks. It's my opinion anyway. when it's been, of course, around for a while. Well, okay. BZAI, so 425, 447. I mean, this has some, yeah, because you remember this few weeks ago, got up to $6. So this could be an interesting earnings play on the open. BZAI. Mm-hmm. Thank you, D. This is Joby at all. Remember this one from a couple of days ago, guys? Even yesterday, ATNF, even yesterday, we got up to a 17. We're now down at 666. Okay, there's the pop for Joby. There is the pop for Joby. And the news was launched higher on successful flight between airports. Total flying time of 12 minutes over 10 miles, nautical miles, including a 5-minute holding pattern above Monterey Airport. Hmm. Well, this is a burgeoning sector, the electric vertical takeoff and landing, EVTOL, EVTOL, the acronyms out there. It's first piloted flight, okay. All right, so there is some of the action happening this morning so far. Purple, is purple an earnings play? No, it isn't. PRPL. So yesterday was just a complete blah day. I mean, the SPY was up 6 cents, the Dow was down 11, Qs are up or down 45 cents. So kind of a blah day in terms of the overall market. We had fun in here, of course. We always find things to trade, but I'm expecting a big move on XLE. So there it is. XLE is still below the 200-day moving average. Of course, XLV is still below. I just want to look at materials. Materials was starting to run away a little bit. Look at that. A little bit of a downturn yesterday in materials. So still, the 200-day moving average is above. But it is in sight. That's just a long time ago. Who was the D. Borrell? Wasn't that E.F. Hutton before, or somebody else? Or is it just am I completely wrong in that? I thought that this was a company. I mean, I'm seeing them more and more, but I thought this was somebody else or an offshoot of somebody else. Anyway, why not? Why not take a 33-cent stock and put a $10 price target on it? Yeah, Open's on the move, guys. Yeah, Open, my gap uppers, gap up. You can see Open many times now. The next high looking left for Open is that $4 level. So getting closer and closer. Now, if I can believe that float, that's a big float. 655 million in the float. That is a big, big float. A lot of volume already. 48 million. Be up 20% with that float. That is pretty impressive. And announces CEO. Okay, so I always wonder, how do these guys feel? You get a big pop because you're leaving. How's that for the ego? Now, their step down, is this a effective immediately? Okay, effective immediately. Now that Mm, it's usually not great. Well, in this particular case, the market is liking it. The shareholders are liking it, but that was not planned. When they say effective immediately, usually that is not planned, and they're not putting any little. We thank her for leading the company, et cetera, et cetera. Nothing like that. They're just saying bye. Yeah, but the market is cheering that on. Now, it could also be that the guy who's coming in is some kind of star somewhere, so it could be also that. But I don't know. I think it's mainly when it's effective immediately. That is not usually. It's not like a smooth transition. Anyway, TVC is holding its gains, guys. TIVC is holding its gains. It is. Thank you, HLE. I thought it was the old EF Hutton. It was not hallucinating. Thank you. And we're talking about Deborah. So after Bitcoin kind of got really hit hard yesterday, I don't know what it ended up at 4 o'clock. I was watching it all day yesterday. It was down about 4,000. Little pop this morning of 587. Meanwhile, I'm hearing SVET making a low in the pre-market. What a look how miserable this one was again yesterday. So we had a high of 2336, 2373, and it closed down here at 2180. I mean, at least the only thing I can say is at least the bar is a little more narrow, but SVET is on the way down. You know what? This is not an earnings. Well, we don't have it as an earnings play. This was yesterday. Ah, that's right. We had it wrong. Our provider had it wrong. August 14th. This is an earnings play today. For our provider's defense, we did check Yahoo, and Yahoo had it yesterday also. So, so the revenue this Q2 700,000 versus a million last year. Nobody's expecting them to be making a lot of money and all, but anyway, more of a Bitcoin play. Okay, guys, I just was talking about okay, the BPAI on the move here now, on the move. Maybe too bad. I wish this were happening on the market open. That's what I was kind of looking for on the market open, but it's kind of looking left. I mean, it's got a lot of room on the daily chart. Look at that, 623 on the daily chart. Morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. A lot of room, a lot of room. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but the volume, it's a pretty low float, 12 million in the float. Okay, we have another one that's kind of moving here, guys. EVLV is moving, and this is an earnings play. Okay, this could be that's an earnings play. Oh, what sort of room does this have? Take a look at it on a monthly chart. It's about way above so on the monthly chart, 829 or so. So it's pretty close on a monthly chart. We're at 798 right now. Now, obviously, if we can take that out, put a price alert in that area. Okay, put a price alert there. See if it takes that high out. Where would the next high be on the monthly chart? Be up here around 1033, and that was back in wow, a long time ago. Back in August of 2021. So yeah, you can see if it can take that monthly high out, which is not that long ago, right here, which was back well 2023 even, so a couple of years ago, a couple year ago high, August of 2023. Volume's going to pick up, of course, but it should once the market opens. It's at the market high right now, well, the pre-market high right now. So another one to take a look at. All right, guys. Well, I think I will now get the layout I'm going to use once the market opens. So at 9:30. Okay, I'm just going to mute myself for a second. I would like to just demonstrate this, for those of you who don't know, these tree maps and also races, they all start from a top list window. Okay, so I'm going to turn this now into a tree map. And here, this is basically what that looked like, the change from the open, or change from the close of yesterday. And now what I'm going to do is limit it to six, just the top six. And these are the ones that didn't mention this SIF. I don't think I mentioned SIF. It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Not a lot. I think I didn't mention because there's not a lot of volume yet. Only 23,000 shares are traded. But this is, yeah, I mean, who knows? It could get interesting. Take a look at it on a weekly chart. Take a look at it on a monthly chart. Okay, well, we've got to go back a few months, obviously, to find out where the next high is. So this is back in March of 2022. And the high was 794, call it 8. So this, I mean, this has a shot, I suppose, at maybe making an early run. Problem is, right now the volume is not great, and if this spread maintained, it's a non-event. 659, 716 right now, but you just never know. Yesterday was a massive flush. I think it's all fear. Which stock are you talking about, Shaw? You're not talking about the market, are you? The market was basically flat yesterday. Talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. All right. So the TIVC is, yeah, it's still holding in there. It hasn't pulled back a great deal. Through that 200-day moving average, and that KULR, another cheap earnings play. Yeah, Intel. I forgot to mention Intel. Thanks in our YouTube room. Yeah, Intel, some kind of a deal with the government. It's not showing up on my scan. Well, actually, I'm wrong. Let's see, 4.5%. So it's obviously not going to show up here. It's not in the top six. Um, the, the U.S. government could take a stake in the company. All right. Discussion about hypothetical deals should be regarded as speculation until officially announced by the administration. Well, I don't trade crypto. You're right, Shaw. I don't trade crypto, but I do trade crypto stocks. And Intel, I would trade Intel. I mean, I would trade Intel. It's certainly I'll trade anything that has news, and it's trading abnormally. Yeah. So this is what you're talking about, William, CEO stepping down. Alex Kong, the current founder and executive. So he's okay. Doesn't sound like he was given the golden parachute. Watching this BSLK guys, it's down, yes, but the financing is at 465, I believe. So it's holding that. Not shortable for me. I always look at these to think if they're short, if they can maybe start drifting down to the financing price, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The lead boot. 80N just showing up now, guys. Yeah, I did see this in the pre-market, but it was sort of just drifting around this area. But now it's just popping, and it's through the 200-day. Is now again through the 200-day moving average. You can see closed just underneath it yesterday. So it is now above the 200-day moving average. Less than a minute. Yeah, thank you, William. So about 30 seconds for what do we call this now? What do we actually call this? I guess 30 seconds to 9:30 because it's crazy to call it the market open. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Market is in 5 seconds or so. Right, watching the TIVC, guys. The TIVC is actually dropping a bit. Um, EVLV, guys, EVLV. It's holding 8. I think that price alert rate up here, I think that was, now look at it go now, guys, EVLV. All right, let's see if it takes that out another, one more time. Again, I think I had to go back to, was it 2021 or something like that? You see the next high in the monthly chart? 2023, sorry. So August, so 2 years ago. So it's at a 2-year ago high. Ah, man, it just popped. Didn't get it. Did not get it. It just popped. Okay, now the TIVC is, there's the pre-market high, it was up here around 6. There's the market high of 560. Pre-market high is around 6. Wow. Wolf guys, yeah, from yesterday, WULF from yesterday. This is wow, taking okay, now that is the next high, that red line you see, that is actually the next high on a daily chart somewhere over the rainbow. Sorry. Um, some time frame. I don't know. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. It's going to be a few months ago. Oh, actually, right here. So that would be November of last year. All right, now TIVC is pulling back. Okay, PPSI guys, keep an eye on this one right now. Okay, right now, there's room on the monthly chart, 638. It's over 5. It's an earnings play, cheap earnings play. Hey guys, PPSI. It could be quick. Look at the volume. Look at the relative volume. Yeah, man. Okay, TIVC obviously just got halted on the way down. PPSI though, this is one more pop. Look at the relative volume, 39,000 times normal up to this time of day for PPSI. Now, these numbers get very skewed at the very beginning of the day. We will not but look at the volume, 42 million shares have traded. We take a look at TIVC. Now, did it pull back into maybe an area that we can trade it? So it's underneath the VWAP right now, but it is pulled back. You know what? I have my feeling this is not necessarily over. How to check options, kids time in our YouTube room. Now we don't scan for options. Okay. If that's what you're asking for, we do have some, we do have some option filters. So depends what you're talking about. If you're talking about, do we scan for options? VK, another one. Are you the same as kids time? You're asking the same question. How to check options? Yeah, we don't have options flow. Okay, we can scan for stocks that are trading abnormally option wise, you know, like, this one right now doesn't trade options. Let's see if I can find something that is trading options. Yeah, so I mean, option volume today is, for this one, EVLV, they've traded so far 1,000 contracts. It's only 70% of normal, as an example. Yeah, we do have, but we don't scan for options, okay? If that like in a typical way, we can help you identify stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So these are the option filters that we have. We have the put call ratio. Option volume is, that's the average number of contracts over 10 days. This is the option volume today, put and call volume today. And this is the one that's kind of key, option volume today percent. So for instance, if this option volume, this is the average number of contracts over 10 days. To say a stock has on average traded 5,000 contracts. If you put 300% or a ratio of 3 in this filter, that one would have to trade 15,000 contracts a day. So it draws your attention to stocks having abnormal option trading days. Okay, well that's what it means. Puts versus calls. Okay, that it's a ratio. If you don't know what puts and calls are, that's another issue. You should probably go to something like Investopedia or to get the definitions of puts and calls. But in a very simple way, puts, hope goes down, calls, hope goes up. But I mean, there's all sorts of variations. So I'm not an option player. Well, guys, the EVLV, it did come out, it pulled back and then it popped again. It's probably the one I wanted, you know. The PPSI has been, okay, okay. So yeah, puts and you have to understand what puts and calls are, and then the ratio. Some will say if there are more puts than calls, it's bearish. Some will say more calls than puts, ratio wise, bullish. All right, go, go. Okay, it's rewarding me a little bit more. Come on, PPSI. Pull back from this 560. Now, you know me, guys. I obviously took some off here, but I'm trying to hold some just in case it has another big move. That might be over. This is what I'm talking about, though. Is these cheap earnings plays that have pops on the open. They're not to marry them. Try to try to carve out something quickly, and then later on. I mean, this may still go, but this is the second day in a row where I've taken a trade before 9:45. Now, how to play pullbacks. Okay, so look at this PPSI. Okay, it says minus 3%. So I'm going to go over this. I'm going to go over the scans that I'm currently sharing in about 20 minutes at 10 o'clock. But when you see a negative number, this is one of the. Well, it's not a scan, but it's a tree map that I'm sharing. Okay, PPSI. So when you see minus 4%, that means it's pulling back, and it might be pulling back into an area that you like. Maybe it's the VWAP, maybe it's a moving average that you like. Yeah, that's impossible for us to know, DJ. Was it a limit order, a market order, E-Trade? You'd have to, that was so quick. It might have just touched it quickly and came right back down. So it's impossible to know. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I mean, you might have been in a huge queue of people wanting to do the same thing. The other thing that people have told me about E-Trade. Now I don't know. I mean, when did you try to do that? What time was it? E-Trade makes no bones about it. If you're trying to trade early with E-Trade, it can be a challenge. Yeah. So somebody asked, why is that? Sometimes some brokers are not allowing. No, I didn't try to trade TIVC at Interactive Brokers, but even the Interactive Brokers can say something like, warning. They'll allow you to trade it, but a warning, liquidity issue could be an issue, or very volatile. They're trying to protect you. I haven't seen too many that are preventing me from trading though. Joby nosedive. Yeah, no kidding. Isn't it amazing? You see that news, it popped that, I mean, on the first airport to airport commercial flight, you would think that would sustain it, but nope. I mean, it did have the nice pop in the pre-market, but now the market's selling it off. I am from Montreal, yes, originally, yes, Hermes. Let's Okay, Shady is in the Viot. Talked about that in the pre-market. This is not an earnings play. Yeah, I talked about this a little bit in the pre-market. It's not an earnings play, but may as well be because they're releasing on the 20th, but they're kind of preconditioning the market. Okay, after the company provided higher H1 revenue guidance. I guess that's Hong Kong dollars. I don't know. H1. I don't know. It is a China stock. Not really. A fan of poutine? Not really. It's pretty gross. So the question in our YouTube room from Ozzy, can I explain how the AI strategy trades work? First of all, do you have our premium service? I'm talking to Ozzy in our YouTube room. You have our premium service, or you're just wanting to know how it works? You know what? I'm sorry. I asked two questions at the same time. So is that yes, meaning you do have our premium service? And I'll stop. Okay, you have our premium service. Well, um, the reason why you have our premium service, in theory, is for the AI. Okay, so my advice is you should be looking at it at least. Okay, so here's how it works. Click on new from the toolbar, and you see there are three that start off with premium AI. Okay, and so the premium AI strategy trades window is the one you want, in my opinion. Okay, don't go to the channel. Too much information there. So pick that one. Click on that one. This is what you're going to see. Okay, this is what you're going to see. Now, the only thing is it may say you may have profitable trades checked, so you might only see one. Uncheck it. You didn't do the check. I think it's dumb to have it checked, okay? Because these, look at it this way. Yeah, maybe it hasn't popped from the initial alert, but maybe it drops a little bit, and maybe it sets up even better at a lower price. Okay, so that's why I would have them all checked and then use it like a watch list. That's how it works. I mean, how it works. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. I don't like calling that the entry price. I like calling that's the alert price, and we do have a stop price. So, but how you trade it up is up to you. Okay, but that's the simplest way to look at the AI. The other thing I would, excuse me, the other thing I would do is I would add the reentry price column. Okay, because what can happen is, let's say, okay, here's fossil. Okay, this was a nice one from yesterday actually. 262 on the entry, 254 is the stop. If it hits the stop at any time during the day and it gets halfway between 262 and 254, you'll get a reentry price. Okay, I'm actually waiting on reentries to see, sometimes you won't get any all day because that's what has to happen. Stock has to hit the stop and they get halfway between the original entry or the original alert and the stop. So I kind of wait for the reentries. So, and you'll get a sound alert on this also. So all you have to do is right click on it, go to columns, and then you scroll down alphabetical order, and you can at least add the reentry price. You can, okay, you can, if you want the time also and the stop. I just really care about the reentry price. And, I just kind of wait on that. I'm missing out on the BSLK. Yeah, I said, the good news about it is that it was holding way above the financing price. Check BMNR from our YouTube room. Sure. See what it's doing today. Super active stock, of course, BMNR. Yeah, so looking ugly now. So mixed options, sentiment in Bitmine immersion technologies. So there's so some obviously some negative news. So not much more I can add to that because right now, I mean, you've taken out this low. I mean, the next low looking left on a daily chart is 42. So I'm not saying it's going to get there. Interesting. There are a lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, almost 5 million. So this is probably eminently shortable at most brokerages. Wasn't this an IPO from a couple of days ago, Fly E? Or am I wrong? No, no, I'm wrong. All right, guys. Now I'm going to, haven't been able to pay any attention to a gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay, so here's Sony as an example, a gap up and reverse. Yeah, it's too late now for me, but I'm going to, I'll go over the scan in about 10 minutes from now. This is the one I really pay attention to. I didn't see that. I did not see that on the bid. No, I don't see that on BSLK. I see 923, 9, and it just opened. It just opened. Okay, it did just open. BSLK, so it got halted at 940 or resumed. I'm sorry. So what happened here is that I didn't get the halt, but yeah, 10 looks imminent. There's that 971, 977. The clue was it was way above the financing price, like way above it. So even though it got thumped down, it was way above the financing price. Here is a reversal play, guys. SNDK is a reversal play. You can see, I mean, it's still down for the day, but it's trying to reverse. I would, but reversal plays, I would at least want the market not moving down on some of these on a reversal play, a reversal to the upside, like something a gap down and trying to reverse. Try to get the market at least neutral for you, but not moving down. And just as I say that, it just popped. So, ew, this is a gap up and go. This is an earnings play, a China earnings play, HSAI. The spread is even good. You're not bad. I mean, 8 cents here, 3 cents, not bad. It's a gap up and go, guys. HSAI. XNet is another China stock. Just so this was an earnings play yesterday. Had a great, well, pretty good day. I mean, it got up to 558, but it closed down here at 5. But look at this, sort of a second day continuation off earnings, and this is and it's continuing, guys. I did not take this one. I missed it. I missed it here. Gonna go over this pretty soon, okay? Because there was the alert at 2688, okay? And this is the repeating version of it, repeating as in you see HSI only one time here, but they don't repeat on. Now here's Intel. Let's take a look at Intel right now. Intel gap up and reverse for Intel. Now, my issue with it, I would like to see it take out the whole number. Closed yesterday at 20. I'd like to see it take that out. I mean, it may not do it. That's where it closed yesterday, around 2386. That would put it in negative territory. It may not do it. So new NU. This is from Pepe Combo Scan, guys. This is the one on my other monitor, which I'll go over. Only a couple of alerts so far. The EFV was they were already so far up, it pulled back. This one could get interesting. The NU, it is earnings play. It's right at that red line you see is a high some well, it's just through that now. Let me get to a monthly chart to see where that high could have been. So it's last month. So you can see if guys, if it takes out 1411, I mean, there's a couple of highs on the monthly around that area. See 1414. This could have a nice run because the next high on the monthly chart, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but the next high is way up here at 16. So let's see if it can get back over 14. It's an earnings play, so it should be active all day. 14 times normal volume. Well, this is really interesting, guys. I mean, it's a huge float. Okay, there is that. So I don't expect a rocket ship out of this, but 3.6 billion in the float. But look at the room it's got on the monthly chart anyway. Yeah, I thought that yeah, remember this is not a done deal with it with Intel and the government. It's it's a possibility. Oh, we've got some new options within interactive brokers, connections, and investor themes. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that on my break. Yeah, fossil. Yeah, this is from our AI second day continuation. See what I mean? Second day continuation off earnings. This was the earning reaction yesterday, and then this is the one I traded virtually all day, all day. The trade wave kept me in that trade virtually all day. It wasn't a massive move from 215 up to 235, but it was just beautiful using trade wave, keeping me in a trade. There's the fossil again, guys. FOSL. Thanks, D. Okay, there's XNet, guys. XNet. Another leg up. This is another no, a couple of well, three or four earning continuation plays. Look at XNet earnings yesterday. You can see the yellow line there. That means it was an earnings play and continuation. Okay, MUFG. This is a gap up and reverse, small one. You can see this big float and billion in the float. When I mention that, it means it's going to take a lot, like sustained volume to move it. I mean, the volume's been good. I mean, the Volume is not great. It's only 520,000 shares, but it is at least 2.6 times normal. Well, Joby just getting ripped here. So again, that's how news can seduce you somewhat, thinking, well, man, look at that great news for Joby. I'm going to take this right here in the free market. I'm going to come back in an hour and it's going to be a lot higher. Now, where could Joby find support? I mean, on the daily chart, 1705. So right there, guys, that is yesterday's low. Not saying that is going to be necessarily support, but it could hold it. If it doesn't hold it, 1684. But maybe that whole number and that low of yesterday that might hold it. So if you're looking for a potential bounce, but I mean the trend is down. Yeah, it's not. I'm probably not the person to ask, Baba, because give me a moment. Yeah, it looks like this is problem is this the server I'm on doesn't. If I say this, I have to repeat myself. But if a stock resumes and then gets halted within about I don't know, I'm going to say 45 seconds, I don't get the halt because of the server I'm on. William and others who obviously pay more for trade ideas than I do, they do get the halt. But it looks like it is a second halt. Yes. All right. Well, this OPAD's got some room, guys. But so it's looking at sort of a bit of a pullback play from the AI. It's pulling back into but look at the room it's got on the daily chart anyway, about $1.90. BSLK. So there's a 10% move. Wow. Yeah. Outside of it, should have at least put a price alert at the 917 mark. Now look at it go. So remember, 2 days ago, we had up to 1750. And this is an Ethereum play, right? I think this is an Ethereum play. Our news is well, I mean, it's got room, but I mean, it's obviously risky. 1102, 1107, the spread's not bad, but we're in chase mode right now. Yeah, so that's why I put a price alert, guys. The NU, I was not going to anticipate it was going to take that out, and so put a price alert up here at the 1413 level. Did not take it out, may not. So GAM, I know is GAMB. This is an earnings play. It's notable for me also. This is an earnings play. GAMB. This is a gap down and go. In other words, a gap down, and at the time of the alert, it was still moving down. Yeah, it was a gap down in reverse. Yeah, I do see that also at 961. Well, remember, I put a delay of 15 minutes on this scan. Not a real time alert delay. Just I don't want to see anything until 9:45 in this scan. Let things settle down a little bit. Things can be really jumpy in the first 15. Wow, 10 o'clock, 10:06 already. Okay, guys, let me go over my home page and the information you're going to find on it. I think this is probably the last day for the promo. I think it was supposed to be yesterday, last night at midnight, but I checked, and it's still alive. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So this promo is still alive. I did check it this morning. So you can still get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as always, all I ask, use my promo code, whatever it is. First of all, you should save my home page because then that's how you get into the room every day. Okay, there's a trading room right there. That's how you get into the trading room. Remember, there are two rooms. One's YouTube and one's what I call the main room. And again, all I ask, you use my promo code. That'll help to keep the main room free. The company tracks the promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the room free. Scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotion folder. Okay. Education section right here. First thing you have to do if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas is the getting started with Trade Ideas. Short videos to get you started. Okay. It's a software program, bit of a learning curve. These short videos will get you started. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas, and you're wondering about the program, I would start off on the second video and you'll get a pretty good idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. And that might help you make up your mind whether or not you want to try it. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Whole series of free videos if you're new to trading. Now, my scan. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Or they're not all scanned. This is the only scan, okay? But this is a tree map. So this is actually the change. What stocks have changed the most in 5 minutes within a 5 minute period? Could be negative, could be positive. You see the DSLK. Obviously, it has dropped, but it had been down 9%. So obviously, it popped a little bit. Okay, it's only down 5% in a 5 minute period. So that's the negative numbers. Most of the time, the numbers are positive, but that's the way this works. This is how you can take a look and try to play pullbacks. I don't have the equivalent in the 2 minute time frame anymore up. You can, if you want it, you can have it. This is the momentum scan. So there's I've made a slight difference or a slight alteration. I only want to see the stock every minute if it makes a new high. So see Fossil right there, FOSL. The last high was at 954, then at 957. And there could have been another high between 957 and 9 58, maybe at 286. I don't want to see them over and over and over again like this. Okay. I don't mind in this particular scan, but so what I did was I said, okay, only show me every minute if a stock makes a new high. It's still real time alerts, okay? But to overwhelm me with the same symbol over and over and over again. You don't have to do the same thing. Now, this is a gap continuation or reversal scan is here. And then the Pepe combo scan is down here, the combo scan, okay? Only 2 alerts so far. So if you're new to all this, first of all, welcome to both rooms. If you're in YouTube, welcome. And if you're in the main room, welcome. The main room is open at 7:30 Eastern Time. Chris Farley from Trade Ideas, he opens it up for me. I get on the mic at 9. Why I don't open up, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so the time zone not conducive for opening the room at my time at 4:30. So that's why Chris does it. I try to get into the YouTube room, open the YouTube room, sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. And again, I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. Rooms are open until well, I have to shut down YouTube, but I go to sometime somewhere between 2 and 2:30. I'll always say later if there are questions. But after I leave though, William will many times keep the room open after I leave. That's in the main room only. I do have to shut down the YouTube room. It's up to him. Friday's usually not as late, sometimes all the way to 4 o'clock, depending on what sort of earnings plays there are. And this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. You can ask me questions all day long. You can, not cannot. You can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting type question, I probably will not be able to answer it, but I can direct you to the people who can. So don't be shy. If you have questions out there, don't be shy. Ask away. Keeps me a little motivated also. Keeps my mind fresh. So there's the PPSI pulling back now. So pulling back into the VWAP. So this could be turned into a bit of a VWAP play. So this is what I'm saying. You see a negative number, click on it. And it might be pulling back into an area that you like. Could be the VWAP. If you're a VWAP player, could be a moving average that you like. Or maybe some other area that you like. Okay, that's how you can play these negative numbers. Missed this one. So this is what I was talking about, guys. So TNXP hit the stop at 49.39. Then it got halfway. Remember, this is a short. But then it got halfway between 47.95 and 49.39, which happens to be 48.67. So if you just waited, that's why I'm saying my plan is really not taking them unless I see a reentry price. And so 48.67, 47.92 now. But I was just tied up doing other stuff. But you don't have the same excuses I do. Okay? And I'm not saying they're all going to work like that. On the reentry, they're all going to work. But I have found that they probably work. I don't want to say better, but remember what's happening. Just look at it this way. Maybe the AI was just a little bit early and suggesting a short on this. It pop up a little bit, and then it got back down to that reentry price. But Fossil did not. Fossil was a ripper right from the beginning. The alert was at 262. We're at 288 now. So on a percentage basis, that's about 7%. Okay, guys, boy, if it's taking out that high 1155 at some point, I could really get it running again. Very, risky because it's so volatile. At the low, low float, 1.39 million in the float. Okay, guys, the other thing I want to do right now is just show, I'd like to demonstrate the power of trade ideas and what I think sets us apart from virtually every other program out there that you can buy. So I want to demonstrate its power using this momentum scan. So in this scan, this is what I'm looking for. Right click on the scan and click on configure and summary. So this is what I'm looking for in this scan. If the price is between $1 and $100, current volume has to be at least 20. It has to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. Volume, 500,000 at least, 1,000% of normal volume in the last minute, okay, and 400% in the last 5 minutes. That's why I call it a momentum scan. And the price has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. All these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real-time alert. So that's why we saw Fossil 1016.32. That's the time at 290. Okay, these are real-time alerts. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. Remember, I have a minor change. I don't want to see it over and over again. So I have a 1 minute only show me every like minute. It makes a new high. You don't have to do the same thing. So if you load mine, first of all, if you load mine right now, you're only going to see the last one. Okay, you're not going to see all the original alerts. It'll start from when you loaded it. And if you don't make a change at all, then you're going to see, for instance, if Fossil just made another new high. Seconds later, you would see it. So if there are any questions about any of my scans or anything about trade ideas, you can build your own scans. I think I'm going to sort of drop that segment. I don't know how many people are interested in actually building their own scans, but if you are, let me know. I can show you how you can do things like that where you go. But just understand that what the company did was they tried to put a lot of different real-time alerts and a lot of different filters, so you can combine them to give yourself the scan you're looking for. And what separates us is really, well, let me go back to this. So these are the screeners, the filters that we've got. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. And a typical use of the screening program would be, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are moving the most in a 5 minute period. Okay, that's what this is doing. To be up, to be down. That's a typical use of a screener. Again, we take it one step further, applying the screening values to what we call a trigger. In this case, the trigger is a new high of the day. We have many, many other triggers that you could use. But in this case, this is the new high of the day, real time. All right. Well, I'm looking at some of these stocks that were flying in the pre-market, and a lot of them are just sort of kind of choppy. Number one, but also giving it up. Like look at TIVC. Now, I think my guess is that most people might have thought that this was going to be the one all day. I mean, it's possible later on, but I mean, it's still up 16. Well, it's only up 16% now. just the one trade for me so far today in the year. Excuse me, the early entry on the PPSI did okay on it, but look at PPSI now. A little bit of room for the SGML. I'm looking at it here. It's showing up here. A little bit of room. So when I say room, all I'm doing, I'm just looking left. Okay. So this happens to be near the high of the day. So I look left on the daily chart. Where could it go before it hits that next high? And so it's got a little bit of room to that level. I'm saying it's going to get there. But if you took this trade right now at 709 and it got up to 746, that'd be awesome in terms of a percentage move. And I'm not saying it's going to do that, but that's all I'm really looking for. If I can't see it, so if I look left on the daily chart and I can't see anything looking left, that's when I go to the weekly chart. And then I can see there's that same almost that same high 2 weeks ago. And if I couldn't see anything on the weekly chart, then I go to the monthly chart. Okay, guys, well, there's the BSLK taking out the high of the day. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. Ah, give me a moment. Okay. Okay, got well, what I was trying to do is offload some of that BSLK, okay, in case you can't take out 12. It's a little hard to ride the wave on something like this, but you kind of see riding the wave right now. I'm going to go over it. Anybody wants to have the trade wave activated on your chart, just let me know, okay? If you let me know, there could be others out there that want to have the trade wave activated on their chart. So if you don't know how to do that, just let me know because there could be others who want to know that also. You see, we've got a minor struggle at that 12 mark. You can see it's gone positive. Oh, obviously. Well, wait a minute. Obviously, it's gone positive now, right there. Yeah, I mean the volume. I mean, this is the biggest volume bar of the day right here on that one. That certainly, was instrumental in popping it up. Look at the volume bar right there. I've got my price alert just around 12. trying to induce it through it. Like that. Okay. That's all you do, guys. Just put price alerts. And wow. Of course, I'm kidding, but I had that original price alert right around that 11:50 mark, and that got me. That was taking out the high of the day. So, oh man, another price alert. All right, guys, I have taken most off now. Okay, I mean, I don't try. This is getting super parabolic, so I've taken most of it off. I'm gonna, this wave is, trying to keep me in, but it's so far outside the wave right now. But I have some in case, just in case it does something crazy. There's the next. Uh okay. Well, first of all, welcome to the room. Now you're having some technical issues. If you can describe the issues, I may be able to help. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me. Talking to PAOO dot Vila in our. Okay. If you can just describe it a little bit. Okay. Well, just keep putting price alerts. Yeah, I don't have much left, but what I have is still no, not 200. So guys, really, I talked about this in the pre-market. The big clue on this one was the fact they did a financing around 465 and it was way above the financing price. Okay, you're trying to use Holly. Okay. Now, if you're trying to auto trade it, are you trying to auto trade the AI? Because you cannot do that if that's what you're trying to do. If that's what you are considering a technical issue. Okay. Okay. So you're not. Okay. So here are the AI trades. Okay. So but how are you trying to trade it? Are you trying to trade it? Okay. But the strategy is not in. Are you talking from within Brokerage Plus? When you say you right click on the strategy, what do you mean by that exactly? Because this is the only, because are you talking about from within Brokerage Plus? Let me just bring up Brokerage Plus. Are you talking about from within here? You're trying to trade? Okay, you're not. Okay, good. Oh man. Well, let's keep putting price alerts, guys. It seems to work. Just putting price alerts higher and higher. So this is what I use. Okay. Okay, you're right. This is what I use. This is how I monitor. Okay, this is how I monitor it. I don't I don't I don't okay, I don't okay, I see, okay, so you're trying send, trade, okay. I don't do this at all. So you have to have Brokerage Plus, so it should open Brokerage Plus. It should open Brokerage Plus, but it doesn't, it doesn't fill it in here. You know what? I'm probably gonna have to direct you to, Chris, okay? I don't use Brokerage Plus at all to trade. See, personally, I just wouldn't do this. I would, but anyway, maybe you're gonna have to go to Chris. Chris has a lot more, experience in this than I do, because first of all, I notice it's not, it's, when you click on this, for whatever reason, it's not for me anyway. I'm on a development build, and that might be the reason. It's not it because the symbol should have shown up here. So unfortunately I can't even help you because the symbols are not showing up here and they're supposed to, but I'm on this development build and I better tell them that because the symbols are supposed to show up. When you click on a symbol, it's supposed to show up here. So had it shown up, I might have been able to help you, but I cannot help you. I do apologize. See, I wouldn't. Who's your broker? Who's your broker? E-Trade. Okay. I would just, I would just trade from within E-Trade unless you really want to use Brokerage Plus. Yeah, it'll show up for yours, Ozzy, because you're not on a development build. Okay. Unless you really, really want to trade from with, Brokerage Plus. Yeah. Does that, so you because are you paper trading it or see, I can't even show you this. You're trying to attach. So who are you trying to attach to? Because remember, you can only trade if you have an IB Interactive Brokers account, Alpaca, or E-Trade using Brokerage Plus. If you're using another broker, you cannot use Brokerage Plus. Oh, you are just talking paper trading. Okay. Okay. So yeah, when it says all accounts, TI paper trading. See, I'm sorry. I mean, this is very. See, I am connected, but I just can't help you. But does he want to? Is he trying to create his own strategy then? And then you've got to turn it on. Is that what you're trying to do? Like take some strategy that you see here? Ah, okay. Okay. You've got to turn it on. I don't know if you've done that. You've got to pick one, say long strategy and if you want a one short strategy, you see how it says on? So default, if I uncheck that, the on is should disappear. So you have to take one of the strategies in here and turn it on. Right click and set as default chart long strategy. Then it's turned on. Then the buy buttons. But you also have to, edit the trade. I mean, this gets super complicated in my opinion. But you've got to, get the order details in. You said you want to have $100 or something. I just think it's way too complicated. I'll be honest with you. But that's what you have to do. Then you have to get your trading strategy. You've got to, maybe get a limit offset, but you have to turn it on and then that buy button. It's not even work. It's not even work. Well, I probably have to enact the buy button, but that is how, then the buy button will at least be active on your chart. See right up here? It's crazy the new charts are it's not active. You see how the buy button is active? And that's how then when you click on buy, it's going to obey your strategy. I just think it's very complicated. But you cannot take the AI and put it in here, okay? If that's what you're trying to do. You cannot take the A like the you used to have a tab and you could add the AI in here and do it in auto fashion, okay? You cannot do that with the AI. It depends on the video that you looked at. It could be an old one. Here's how I use the AI. I mean, this is how I use it. I just look at this and then I see the alerts and I make up my mind if I want to trade them. Problem with creating a strategy like this is that you're really limited in terms of the way you can put your stops and all of that. I'd much rather be able to click on. Uh, Believe me, I'm watching it, guys. The BSLK. But you can see the fossil at the beginning of the day. You know how you trade them, or if you trade them, of course, is going to be up to you. When I click on an alert from the AI or anything, I'm looking at my chart to see whether or not I want to trade them. No, this is certainly well. Do I wish I had my full position? Sure, but I mean, what did it do? It went from 1363 down to 1223. That is a massive, you know, that's a big drop percentage wise. But what I'm trying to do now is follow the cloud. Follow the cloud. I mean, on the 2 days ago, I mean, it did get up to what 1750. Do I use limit orders or market? It depends on the spread, Ozzy. Depends on the spread. Obviously, if it's a tight spread, I can use. It's a pretty tight spread on this one. I mean, for a stock like this, but if it's a wider spread, this is interactive brokers. Okay, if it's a wider spread, but I still kind of want it. Yeah, it depends how wide. I can use interactive brokers mid, trying to get me a fill mid. It's not necessarily halfway, but if the spread is too crazy, then I just don't do it. One moment, please. Whew. Okay, guys, 10:39. Yeah, sorry I couldn't help you. I might have had a shot at it if Brokerage Plus works the same way as it's working for you, but I cannot demonstrate it. So the question in our YouTube room from Shawnee, what about the money machine? Well, um, obviously still in development. At least we're at one stage, okay, in which the guys, not me, but the guys can practice using the money machine in simulation mode. Steve, if you're in the YouTube room yesterday, he was demonstrating it. I think that was the first time he was able to do it. So that's what has to happen first. Uh, Several of the traders at Trade Ideas will run it in simulation mode to see how it works. Are the stop like how are the stops being obeyed? Things like that. If we feel that it is working the way we want it to, and anybody with a premium subscription will allow them to use it in simulation mode, and then, see how that goes. So it's well, you can't turn it on because it's not available to you, Shawnee. It's unavailable. Nobody has access to the money machine yet. A moment, please. Okay, guys, now you see the big pullback. So that's it for me in this one. I mean, listen, if it takes out 1407 later on, who knows, maybe, because it still has room. Well, that's always a rush, guys, when you get into something and it just really almost instantly moves for you. So if you miss this one, you can see how it's now starting to pull back. It's down 3% within a 5-minute period. Maybe it's pulling back into into some area that you like, maybe a moving average, maybe the VWAP. I mean, the VWAP is probably way below. Yeah, well, 1156, not crazy below. The other thing, Shawnee, I don't know if you're on the list, but I mean, there was a sort of it was a first come, first served. I mean, when this was announced, I think almost last July or August about the money machine, we were saying, okay, you can get on a list, the first 100, and we would charge $2,000 for the money machine. No, you didn't pay up front. Only if and when it became available. So there is that list of people. Now a lot of them may have dropped off. We don't know. All right, guys. Let's see what time is it now? 10:43. Well, I don't know if they're accepting, but Shawnee, you can always go to info at trade-ideas.com. I'm not sure what the status is of accepting new people, but I think what happened, you can always go to info at trade-ideas.com and say you'd like to be added to a list. Okay. Now, there's a part of me that said I should have been had more faith in the wave here, but the, this, we've seen this one trade, and it can drop a couple of dollars just like that. So that's why I decided, okay, even though the wave is still telling me to keep in the trade. Well, it's right there. Info at trade. Okay, got it. Info at trade-ideas.com. It's the general email, and just say, hey, I'd like to be added to whatever list there is for the money machine. Guys, now this is as I said before, though, reversal plays probably will work a lot better if the market is not doing this. And so this is a gap down and reverse. Let me explain this. And this scan will really start to lighten up in the next few weeks when we get really out of earnings season. So this is what we call a multi-strategy window. I don't know why the M is so little here, but this is what we call a multi-strategy window. Now, the typical use of a multi-strategy window, thank you, Dee. The typical use of a multi-strategy window is if you don't say you only have one monitor and you've got several alert windows on your monitor, you like to group them into one window. You can do that. It's called a multi-strategy window. I'm not going to show you how to do it. It's in our guide if you're interested, but I can point you to the direction of it or how to do it. But what I do, I don't have screen space is not an issue for me, but what I like to do is maybe take similar type scans and put them in the same window. So these are all gap scans. So there are 4 of them. So there's a gap up and go. So what that means at the time of the alert, the stock had already gapped up. Remember what the gap is? The gap is the first print of the day, first trade of the day. So there are certain parameters that have to be met, in the scan. It has to have gapped up a certain amount, dollar amount, and also a price amount. So there's minimum volume and there's a bunch of other things. But so if the stock has met those values and then makes a new high from there as a gap up and go, that's what this means. A gap up and go at the time of the alert. Now, it does not mean that it's going to keep going. I wish it if that were the case, then well, we wouldn't have to do anything else. Okay, but at the time of the alert, that's what was happening, and it gapped up and it was going. Gap down and going higher. Gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. That's why I was saying though, gap down and reversals probably will act better if the market is at least not moving down. It doesn't have to be ripping higher, but the market is getting a little soft. So that's why a gap up and reverse, or gap down and reverse, probably not as good. A gap up and reverse though, it's like they gapped up and reversing. That might be, that might be better. And a gap down and go. That's the stock that gapped down. Look at the SBET right now. It gapped down and kept moving down for a while. Doesn't mean it's going to keep. But look at SBET. I mean, over and over and over and over again. So that's how these work. Now, you don't have to have them all checked. For instance, maybe you don't want to short. Maybe you don't like shorting, or you can't short. So the gap down and go is a short opportunity. A gap up and reverse is a short opportunity. So if you don't want to do that, you just uncheck them. Okay. Or maybe you only want to play reversals. Maybe that's all you do want to play. Stocks that went up and then reversed, or just reversal plays, and you just uncheck the other 2. Or you keep them all checked. It's up to you. Okay, guys, I'm going to pay a little more attention to this one now. Showing stocks that are maybe pulling back or making slight positive moves. These are very, very minor moves, but you never know how they're setting up. Let's take a look at the PGEN as an example. Yeah, I mean, making a minor move here, but you can see the wave is telling you to keep in the trade if you were in this trade earlier. So it breaks down into orange. Is what I'm talking about. These are basically the 2 color schemes with trade wave. So you can see the orange on the SPY. So if you had taken this up here on a short, you could hold. Now on a little pop like that, I probably would have taken some off if I were short the SPY, but not all. Because the wave is still orange. It is not transitioned to blue. That's which one. So again, the orange means still a weak trend, and until you see a trend break, if you were in this one earlier, you could kind of gives you a little more confidence to hold on to your trade a lot longer. Now, it also depends on the time frame you're using. For instance, on a 2-minute time frame, it's probably still going to look the same. But if all of a sudden we start getting some blue candles here, that could turn blue on a 2-minute, but still be orange on a 5-minute. Really depends on what time frame you are comfortable with. So that red line, that red line again is showing, wow, and it just popped through. It was showing me where the next high is. I'm going to look at a monthly chart. Wow, you got to go back a few months, obviously, to see where that high is. I think this is a who cares. Yeah, well, it's 2022. I mean, it's over three a month or 3 years ago. I mean, now I really care. The next high is 397. When I say, do I really care? Do I think that is, what happened 3 years ago is going to block it? Wow, really, Shady? You think it could be in a drop as severe as that? Because I know you follow Bitcoin way more than I do, but you're talking going from 120 to 80? No, 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 of course not today. No, I get that, but just a general trend. Well, didn't somebody post something? Yeah. So when you say what happened to fossil, what do you mean by that exactly? Oh, right here. Yeah, well, there's a brief flash down, but right back up. I see. I don't know. I mean, a lot of selling came in for whatever reason. There's no news that I can see, but it popped right back up. Oh, sorry, William. I just see your post at 10, well, 4 minutes ago. So William was saying XEL dropping because Texas Attorney General, AG, I guess, Attorney General. So my guess is that you did you play a bounce on it? William really specializes. That's what all he looks for, I think, all day long. Bounce plays or, so looking at stocks that get eaten up very quickly, and he's looking for a bounce point, or stocks that went up parabolically, looking for when you see William post something like that, that's what he's looking for. Shoot. Missed the boat. Missed the boat on this one, the PGen. That's too bad, Arthur. I mean, that was just a flash on. I don't know what happened there. I didn't see it. I wasn't following it. How long was it down here? At 240. Was that just so quickly, or did you have a like an auto stop on it? What? I'm fine now, Barakini. How are you? How? What was your entry on it? Probably wasn't that much better than the 262, right? Oh, 290. Hmm. Any particular reason you took it at 290? Because the wave was, yeah, the wave was up. Personally, you know how I trade. Maybe you don't. Well, okay, it did break above three. That's too bad. I mean, a flash like that, you just cannot predict that. Look at this. I just missed this one. I mean, this is from the. Oh, did you take it? Oh, did you take it from the Pepe combo stand at two? Is that why you took it, Arthur? I see 290 here. Look at the PGen 299. All right, guys, almost 11 o'clock. So I still have about an hour before I take my break. It should be handy. It'll be handy in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. People flowing down here. I this PGen. Not going to complain, guys. The BSLK definitely turned out to be nice for me. So, well, not for an hour, Burricini. Not for 1 hour. Talking to Burricini in our YouTube room. Hi. Okay, I see you're in the support question area now. Okay, if you're looking for technical support there, no. If that's what you're looking for, no. That's yeah. It's not really technical support. What I would do is this info at Chris is here or not here in this room, but go to info at trade-ideas.com, okay? And just say, hey, I'm having problems with the Brokerage Plus or something to that effect. Chris is Chris will probably answer you fairly quickly and ask what's going on. He might ask you for a log file or something like that, okay? Sorry, I just cannot help you because of the version I'm on. And I may even not be able to help you even then. I don't use it at all. Well, no, I mean, obviously, I don't know why it happened. I mean, it just, yeah, I don't know why it happened. I mean, obviously, there might have been just three. It was pretty dramatic, though. I just kept looking to see if there's any, news. They're doing the financing or something, but no, we're talking about that big flash down for the fossil. So look at that. Yeah. So new actually reversed. I was waiting on this one to see if it took this out on the breakout here, but it's actually starting to reverse now. And you? Yeah, I'm watching TIVC. I've got that thumbnail. Yeah, TIVC. Well, what I should have done. Yeah, it's starting to move now. So yeah, it's starting to move. A little bit of a buy flag there. Okay, but well, okay. I mean the VWAP is at 490. So I mean, in theory, that is if we believe it's going to keep moving, it could stall there. But that is 50 cents away. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it where I wanted to get it. I mean, it may pull back, but I missed where I wanted to get it, the TIBC. Now, this should not, I mean, the SPY is still drifting a little bit down, but these sort of stocks are typically not affected at all by what the overall market's doing. And that's the power of trade ideas, really, to identify stocks that are, trading abnormally, the alpha stocks, trading on their own, either up or down, not caring that much about what the market is doing. Yeah, well, there's another move now for BSLK. I'm out of it completely now, but again, I may. I had a price alert up here. Later on in the day, later on in the day could come another minute from now. Are you talking about Brian? I'd say so. Shawnee in our YouTube room, Alpha Trends anchored VWAP. Yeah, you're talking about Brian Shannon. Yes. Okay, now here's a pullback for PGen. Let's see if it pulls back to there is the VWAP. Right, it's a 297. So let's see if it get even closer to the VWAP on the pullback, but it may not. Well, that's too bad, for you and the fossil because now look at it, it's right back up. I don't Yeah, it's weird that the flash crash down, I don't know. I mean, a lot of volume. Where could it keep going? See, can't see it on the weekly chart, so let's take a look at the monthly. Can't see it on the monthly. So there's the next high in the monthly, 343. So, a little bit of room. This is over 2 years ago, May of 2023. Not saying it's going to not saying it's going to, get there, but it's over 3 now, at least, or that whole number again. Great, second day continuation off earnings, though. I mean, I see the fossil watches everywhere, but, what else they do? I guess they got a lot of other things they do, jewelry, handbags, etcetera. Well, I got my fitness watch on it. I've got one of those, what's it called? Not the Apple, but the other one. No, not Fitbit. No, no. Come on, I should know. I wanna call it starts with an F. Galaxy something or other, I think. It's a Samsung. It's a Samsung. Links with my phone, and I like it. Like it a lot. Use it a lot for text messages. I get some text messages. I can, see them, and even the odd phone call. Yeah, they're the Galaxy, yeah, Samsung I was right, the Galaxy watches, yeah. Okay, guys, let's see now. There's the fossil. I mean, another, so a little still moving within a 5-minute period. So is this a Pepe, is this available for everybody now? These little alerts on the latest beta? These little alerts that we're seeing here? It is, okay. You might have been right, uh, um, Pepe. Rebooting, well, the second boot after I have to remember that, the second boot after the upgrade yesterday, Microsoft upgrade yesterday or the night before. Yeah, my machine is just whispering today. Yeah, seriously. It's, now I don't wanna ask about the other thing, but Is it? Okay. Well, that is interesting. So it was the second boot. Notice I did not say second bout. Okay, Shawnee, so are you're talking about what you're seeing here on my screen? If I do this, I'll enact it here also. Make it a little bit bigger. You're talking about, for instance, it says the unusual number of prints right there on the daily chart. I'm pointing at it right there. You're talking about this. How do you get these alerts on the charts? Is that what you mean? Okay. Well, first of all, you have to be, I believe, right? Pepe has to be on the latest beta. Has to be on the latest beta. Okay, so you have to be on the latest beta, number one. So I don't know what version you're on. If you click on help and about, that's going to tell you the now I'm on a development version. My guess is it 109 though? Is it still 109? Is that the beta? So I'm on a development version of it. Go to my okay. So is that the latest beta? 109? Okay, oh 08. So you have to have a version that says 0.108, okay, Johnny? So if you click on help and about, it's going to tell you the version you're on. You have to be on version 5.6.108. That's the first thing, okay? If you're not, then you're going to have to download it. Not hard to do. So you know what can you see what can you do that though? At least to check to see what version you're on. Okay. So are if you're on 109, then all you have to do is you see there are three little dots. Now the other thing you have to do is be on the browser version of the chart. So another thing you've got to do, I think, yeah, the dots. Okay, so you right click on a chart and you have to be using the browser interface version of the chart. That's how you can get TradeWave. Also, okay, you're on an old version. Okay, so you're going to have to download a. So assuming you do all that and get on the browser version of the chart, there's three little dots up here, and there's all sorts of options. Okay, and one of them is display alerts on chart, and that's how you get this little. And it's random. Okay, it is random. I mean, right now it's saying unusual number of prints, but you'll start to see, you'll start to see others coming through. Let's see what Fossil says as an example. Trading 9% above the VWAP. There's the VWAP right there. So it's trading 9% above the VWAP. So what I've asked them for, and I have no idea if or when it can happen, is to be able to customize this. Okay, to see the alerts that you want to see. Because right now it is random. It's not bad actually. I mean, it's sort of interesting because there are a lot of real-time alerts that I don't even look at. So I mean, if you were a VWAP player, okay, and you're looking at this and it's saying 9% above the VWAP, a lot of people think that maybe there'll be a reversal to the VWAP at some point. Okay, so if it's 9% above, you might a person might look at this and go, you know what? I think I'm going to short this one and see if it gets close to the VWAP. If that is a style of trading that, and I'm talking in general, of course, not just to you. Okay, guys, it may be over for a while anyway for the BSLK. I know there's an 8% drop within a 5-minute period. As you can see what's happening, it's now broken down through the VWAP. I think it's over completely for the day, but see now this is saying it's 3% below the VWAP. Here's a running down, it's running down 2 cents in less than a minute. Okay. And do I care about that? Probably not. If it said running down 10 cents in less than a minute, depending on the price, maybe. But anyway, this is basically brand new. I think might have been activated last week. Yeah, at least you can see this. I mean, it just said that this was a new low for NU when I clicked on it at 1320. That would be the low of the day. Guys, the SPY is having a bit of a pop here. Okay, SPY is having a bit of a pop. So let's see, for instance, if this. So there's the VWAP. Okay, now you see this is still orange. Go to a 2-minute chart, and my guess is going to have a little blue here. Yeah, see the blue. So what it's trying to tell, at least on a 2-minute chart, that the trend is starting to reverse a bit. Okay, the downward trend is starting to reverse a bit to an upward trend. Now, if I were a VWAP, if I were a SPY player, I would probably want to see it take out the VWAP though, because the VWAP can act as resistance. So if it's stalled there, but let's see what's happening on the 5-minute chart. Does it turn blue at all? See, not yet. So it all depends on the time frame. Like now, typically this is how I'm using it. If I were in this right now, okay, and I saw this, because I like to trade off the 5-minute. If I saw this, then I would go to the 2-minute chart and I would see if it turned blue. And at that point, I would probably take some off just because it turned blue on the 2-minute chart. I would still keep myself in the trade though until this turned blue on the 5. Part of me that says I probably should have the 2-minute chart instead of the 15, but somebody asked, well, how do you use it? How do you use the 2-minute and the 5-minute? But it'll be interesting to see if that VWAP does stall it still, and maybe it will keep moving down. So a great way to use the trade wave and actually the buy and sell flags that you do get is if you pick some favorite stocks, or if you want to trade the SPY. Now, the SPY's range is not like it was back in February, March, and April, where we had like massive moves in the SPY, up or down, 20, 30, 40-point moves sometimes. It was crazy. And boy, was this ever working. I mean, you got a sell signal, a sell flag, and it would start to run down. Then it might reverse. You get a buy flag, it would run up, give you 5, 6, 7 points. I'm not saying it's happening now, but if you were more of a bit of a spy scalper though, or the cues, I mean, something like the Dow or something, or some stock that you just really like to follow, and then you just thumbnail it and watch it, and watch for the buy and the sell flags. Oh my goodness! So you're saying CUPR? You're saying it's worth 43 cents? Good to have you back, William. William is our financial advisor, but he likes to do the back of the envelope, quick looks at stocks. Wow. Another one. Look at this, guys. So, we see stocks out of Singapore and China do these horrible things. Horrible. No inkling this was going to happen. It was just steadily moving higher, 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 higher. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, at some point, usually I'm surprised that they did it at 8. A lot of times they wait for, 10, 20, 30. And then all of a sudden, the rug is absolutely pulled. Now, do I get a bounce? Here's the halt, 94 cents, and there's the potential open at 151 for the CUPR. This blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Excuse me, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You want a stock that's halted, it'll be in red. Symbol's not there, but it is CUPR. And then this column trying to tell you approximately where it could open. Doesn't have to open at 151. And I'm not sure when it got halted again. And obviously, look at that. Boy, that's devastating, though, isn't it? We're seeing a lot. That's why I would never be holding one of these. This is not that high. I mean, we've seen them allow these sort of stocks to get into the 15, 20, 30, 40, even $50 before they do this. Whoever they are. Now, see how that works? So if you were in this by, see how that worked. Look at the VWAP. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to work all the time like that. Look how the VWAP stalled it on the way up anyway. I'm talking about the SPY. So, you could have, based on the 2-minute chart, let's see if it's still blue though. Yeah, so based on the 2-minute chart, you could have taken some off, but based on the 5-minute chart, you would have held still some of your position. And you can see how the trend has not changed on a 5-minute chart. Probably a good thing, Dwayne. So you cannot. Did it prevent it or just give you the announcement? Because other trying. It doesn't say that. Yeah, it doesn't say it prevented it. It just says if you choose to trade this security, warning, liquidity is limited. It didn't say you couldn't. Oh, okay. Maybe later it said ADN guys. This is making a okay. ADN making a high here through that top. That was probably a daily high somewhere. Obviously, if you're swing trading or something, it's a horrible. And of course, we're just intraday trading. Let me back this clearer view here. So there was a high this month right here. This was in March of this year, and it's a little bit above that. So the next high on a monthly chart is 568. On a monthly chart, this says room. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but on a monthly chart, it's got room. And that's the ADN. Wow, and it's ripping now. Missed it. Missed it. So you see, here's the alert at 469 and 522 now. So now do you know how to activate it then, Shawnee? You want me to go over that again? Or do you know how to activate it? It's the way you also activate the trade wave. You have to be using the browser interface. See, if this were, whoa, there are some shorts. Not many, 7,000 shorts available interactive brokers. You know, when it's breaking way above that wave, you know, this is an, you know, potential idea to at least maybe do a scalp short. Yeah, so it's in the gap continue. Okay, Topsy, give me a moment. Okay, so you ask for that scan, and if you click on my homepage link, okay, move down to the middle section right there, the scan section, view scans right here, and it is this one right there, the gap continuation or reversal. Okay, now what I do though is I have two running. This is the repeating version. You can see every time ADN made a new high, you're seeing it. Okay, this is the don't repeat version. So I'm only going to see the stock one time. Okay, and there's the ADN. Why do I like this? Because I can kind of go back and see, well, what happened from that alert? Maybe it hasn't moved that much. Okay, maybe I've missed one. Well, I did, Topsy. Right, I just, it's right here, right above you, right there. Okay, right above you. Okay, so this is the do not. That's why I say DR. So if you want the don't repeat version also, and this is what you can do, you know, on any one of your alert windows or multi-strategy windows. So what you would do is you would duplicate the window because if you still want to see it like this. So you basically duplicate the window, and then you right click, you go to properties, box pops up, don't repeat. Now you can select the time frame you want. That's what I did here. I said 1 minute for this one. So 1, 5, 15, 30, or for the day. So don't repeat for the day. So that'll limit it so you can see the very first time it alerted the price and of course the time. Yes, CK. Yes, there are. So give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, and when you click on my homepage link, you will see Okay, you'll be at the top. Okay, when you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top. Go to the education section right here. So you can see what I'm doing. CK, I'm talking to CK. In our YouTube room, click on the more info. And here you have getting started with trade ideas. I think this is, if you haven't done this already, this will get you started. And they're very short videos. It's not going to teach you absolutely everything about trade ideas, but it'll get you started. When you say how to use the system, of course, using the system, it all depends on your trading style, but at least this will get you started to understand what trade ideas is all about. Okay, and they're very short videos. Now, if you have no trading experience, back to basics, because trade ideas. It's called trade ideas for a very good reason. It generates ideas. Doesn't mean every idea, you're going to trade them. Because if you click on a symbol, either generate, you can have some of my scans, you can maybe create your own. But if you click on a symbol and you don't know what the chart is trying to tell you, then you really have to do that back to basics. It gives you an idea about what how chart reading is about. Okay. No, it's interesting you say that, CK. Comment is, could you guys use YouTube? Because most people use Discord, which is much more complicated. We did have a Discord room a long time ago, but we were limited. There was a reason why we had to stop. Okay, guys, so look at this now. ADN is pulling back. The VWAP is at 468, so it's not that far away from the VWAP. Maybe this holds it. Maybe this holds it. The trend is still blue. It is not out. Again, let's look at it on it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change this to a 2-minute chart. Still blue, even though, now, look, if this had happened, if you'd been in this trade right here, you have to take some off. I don't care if it's blue, green, black, orange. You've got to take stuff off. You can't let it go from 463 up to 534 and not take something off when it happens, in my opinion anyway, when it happens in such a short period of time. It's not the listening, Ibiza, it was how many could see the screen. It wasn't the listening. And I know there's ways to increase it, but it's not elegant. At least I don't think it is. For instance, if I said I wanted the ability to have 300 people see my screen, that's again, I know there's ways I think to have different like, the rooms together or something like that. So we're not talking about listening. We're talking about screen display. So it depends what you mean. Does it work for swing trading as well? If you can see what I'm going to do, we do have a couple of channels that are kind of swing trading related. CK. So if you click on New from our toolbar, okay, New from the toolbar, and then clicked on Docked channel bar, not the channel bar, but the docked channel bar. Okay, you see what I'm doing? It's popped on my other monitor. Click on the Show More to see all the channels. These are all theme-based channels, okay? And if you click on Show More, just scroll down a bit. So these are some swing ideas, okay? TI Trader Eye, these are curated swing ideas. And we also have the swing picks. So we have two channels. that are kind of devoted to swing ideas. I'm not a swing trader at all, so that's why I don't look at them. But so can you see what I did? And the swing idea is you don't you will get you don't I don't think you get the email, but all you have to do, there are 5 of them every week, and all you need to do is maybe click on that channel on I don't know, Sunday night, certainly Monday morning, and you'll get hear the ideas. Okay, so you'll have a kind of gives you a bit of an outline about what you might want to consider, how to trade it. Okay, and those are that's in the swing ideas channel. Were you able to see that, CK? Talking to CK in our YouTube room. So these, unless you tell me that there's an easy way to say have 300 people watch the screen, because CK says he likes YouTube. I liked Discord. Broadcast up to 300, seeing the screen. I know there'd be a little premium to pay for that, but it was not expensive. Well, if that's the case, I mean, look at it again. If it's simple, because I know there was a way, that at the beginning it was 50, and then I think they might have upped it to 100. But then, in order to have more, people would have to click on different tabs. And so we just said, nah, this is several years ago, JD. So Pepe, I am not. I'm going to email Sebastian again. I hope there's nothing wrong. Just give me a moment. You know, okay, guys. So what time is it now? 11:40. So I'll be taking a break in about 20 minutes. I'll be handing off the YouTube stream to Andy. Andy at Trade Ideas. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room for an hour, and in the other room, I take a full break. So all right, UFG. What's that? Well, okay. So Unifuels, another one out of Singapore, right? Yeah, Singapore. So there's a halt at 415, opening potential open at 450. Oh, yeah. I use multiple timeframes, absolutely. You can see I've got the 2 here. I usually just have the 15, the 5, but, I've got the daily, but I also look at the weekly and the monthly. Always looking left to see where there could be some resistance. So the answer in our YouTube room asked if I use multiple timeframes. And of course, the timeframes, everybody, has their own idea about what timeframes they want. So it's not like I'm saying, well, everybody should use the 5 and the 2 and the daily. It's not the case at all. Whatever you get comfortable with. Our AI's had a real blah day today. Oh, wait a minute, though. Wait a minute. I'm looking at now the reentries. That one I know did not work. Okay, well, I've got a reentry for XNet at 632. It's at 627 now. I have a reentry for ADAC. It's at 202, but it's at 198 now. But you never know later on in the day. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'll get ADAG up on my screen to see, first of all, would I want to trade this one? Wow, the high today was way up here at 248. So obviously there's room, but so this is like a pullback play. I'll stick a price alert a little over 2 and see if it happens later on. But it does look kind of bleak. And then the XNet. Okay, so this is, yeah, the choppiness, but I will put the alert on 635 and see if it takes it out later. Well, then they must have now in one. You know how in one room, in literally just one room, Katie. Then they have completely changed. I don't know. You pay for the more you want. I get that, but that's. I wonder if there's a Discord link that I can even try just to hear how I sound in it. Well, then that's interesting. Then they've really changed. Because I liked the Discord room. I liked it. There was I found the tabs pretty good, and it was interesting the things you could do. So I did like it. I know CKU, but I know. Yeah, I know another pop for ADN. I don't have my screen 15%. Excuse me, 15%. There's no info how to use it, CK. Again, I use it like a watch list, okay? Today it's not having a good day. Yeah, not having a good day. I mean, other than, well, the fossil, it's up 15%, but everything else is, but I use it like a watch list. Sometimes they set up, maybe it's a little early into the alert, but, no, I cannot paint this with a rosy brush here. This is not a good day for it, but I use it like a watch list. And sometimes, you get an alert and it's maybe a little early, it drops a bit and sets up at a lower price. Maybe it's hit, some kind of a support level and you can take it there as an example. I just use it like a watch list. So there's no info how to use it. The only thing I will say Okay, so Nia Kim, please listen carefully, and anybody else. In the filter that says what's happening is you've got this, and you didn't do it on your own. You have the profitable trades. Check. I would uncheck it. I want to see them all day long. Okay, uncheck it. Now you're going to see them all. Okay, and save it like this. Okay, save. So, CK, this is this is to make it really simple in order to follow the AI. This is the screen, in my opinion, that you should look at. Don't go to the channel. The channel's got way too much information on it. You can click on New from the toolbar, and this middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. And you can follow the alerts all day long. And again, yes, this is not a good day for it, but you know, argument can be made that sometimes yes, a little early, and maybe it's setting up better at a lower price. And then you take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do this every day. There are no alerts until at least 9:40. That's the earliest alert there was. But for instance, look at HSAI as an example. See, that's why I need a 15-minute chart. So this is why I'm saying, Matt, you've got to be able to manage the trade too, because if you took this at 26.54, right at the time of the alert. Now I don't recommend, I always say you don't have to get in right at the time of the alert. You know, I always want to check the chart to make sure it's something I do want to trade. If this went from 26.54 to 26.62 or 65, it shouldn't be the end of the world if I get in. But look what it did. It did get up before it pulled back at all, up to 27.78. Okay, so from 26.54, even if you got in say 26.60, it did get up to 27.60. So it did move a dollar. Now I'm not saying you could have got out right at the very penny, but that would have been a winning trade if you manage it, as an example. Okay, no trader, hopefully in their right mind, would just allow yourself to get stopped out without taking profit. So that's why I'm saying, you have to be able to have some trading, like an idea about how to trade. Sorry. Oh gosh, I've said this for guys. You know what? I'm coming up on my 10-year anniversary doing this in October, and I've always said to whenever I do leave, I should write a book. All the book will be the some of the emails that we get. And wow. Yes. Okay. So linking to your interactive brokers platform, and that's a good question. And anybody else who is, it's something that we really do not emphasize enough, I think, and it's my problem. Well, I should emphasize it every day. We've got a great, we've got a great external linking tool. Okay. And if you click on tools from the toolbar, you'll see there's something called external linking. We link with many brokers, including, of course, Interactive Brokers, but E-Trade, many of the main brokers out there. And so with Interactive Brokers, CK, I'm already linked, okay? But you would click on Add Link, okay? Add Link, and then you just follow the instructions. It says, while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. In this case, for me, I put my mouse pointer right in the order entry in Interactive Brokers, and then I hold down the Shift key, and that selects the order entry. There's only one other step you have to do, and that's in the rule. Okay, that is in the rule. Edit the link, and you just have to click Interactive Brokers Live. Okay, that's it. There's a big drop down. Okay, and then you just check Interactive Brokers Live, and now you're done. Now you're linked with Interactive Brokers. So what does linking do? If you're like me, clicking on many alerts all day long, what a pain it would be if I wanted to see ADN if I had to type it in. All I do is just click on it, ADN, it loads into my order entry, and from there I trade it. Well, when you say full-time trading, you mean like just staring at charts without having to moderate and answer questions. I think that's what you mean, right? Because you know I do consider myself a full-time trader, but I don't know. I don't know. When and if I give this up, that might be just it. All right, guys. So it is now 11:53. So what I'll do now in the main room, I will put. By the way, for those of you on YouTube, just know there is another trading room. Okay, I moderate at the same time. So CK, I would first of all, I would just trade from Interactive Brokers. Okay, I mean we do have a way in which you can trade from within Trade Ideas using a program called Brokerage Plus. Personally, I think it's just a little complicated, especially if you're just starting out. Okay, I would trade from with Interactive Brokers. I mean, it's what I've been doing for 9 years with my Interactive Brokers software program or my brokerage platform. I think I don't see a big advantage to trading from within Brokerage Plus. I think it just adds another step and it kind of complicates things, in my opinion. But I mean, if you're bound and determined to do it, I can send you to the guide. But you're starting out. I probably would not do it. So if you do click on my homepage link, I just put it in there, and you go down to the guide, or sorry, the education section. Click on the more info, and then at the top here is the user guide. Okay, the user guide. Click on the user guide, and there's going to be a whole bunch of information about using Brokerage Plus. Oops, right here, Brokerage Plus. Okay, but look, you're just starting out. I probably would not overcomplicate this and stop you from doing it, but I would just trade from within Interactive Brokers, at least to start. I mean, it certainly is not any big time saver trading from within. Not once you've established your link, the link, the symbol goes right into, and now you just traded, from Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, so here is the YouTube link. There's a YouTube link. Now I have to put my announcement up. Andy will be showing up in about 3 or 4 minutes from now in our YouTube room. And again, for those of you in YouTube, if you do save my link, my homepage link, okay, because as I said, there is another room, and you can see right here, the resources. This is the trading room the other trading room I'm in, okay? It's the main room. A lot more action in it, a lot more traders in there, throwing around ideas, okay? You can stay in YouTube. I'm not saying, you don't have to. YouTube's easier to get into. And if all you care about is hearing me and seeing my screen, then that's fine. But there is another trading room. Yeah, you can link it to Thinkorswim. It's a little more difficult, but you can link it to Thinkorswim. It's something to do with, you have to get rid of the little charts or something. So there's Intel, guys. So actually, Intel had a bit of a. Okay, I will. William in the main room wanting some shout out on getting a good percentage return. Ooh, you shorted it up here. I heard a little pop. Just give me a moment, Andy. I think I heard a little pop, so I know you're there. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute in the main room now. Okay, main room. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. One other thing for me to do, Andy, is to stop my music. And I'm assuming you're there because
I'm here, Barry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
So what's up today? Any interesting trades for you today?
Yeah, not really. I mean, some XNet I held overnight. That was a
Okay.
nice one. Yeah,
Yeah.
XNet. I was telling Steve earlier, look how they closed that thing yesterday, but I did not get out because I read their earnings report. I'm like, "God, these are good earnings, man. I'm gonna stay in." But unfortunately, I sold. I sold half of it. But
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. It got up to 557 and it closed down here at 506.
yeah, so, yeah. Back in the day, that would say,
Yeah,
okay, that's a weak close. I'm getting out, But
exactly.
today, they just manipulate these things so much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who is Andy? Who is they?
they.
Who
I
is
don't
they?
know. We always use that term they,
I
but
know,
yeah,
but they are somewhere.
whoever they is, they're nasty.
Oh my goodness. All right,
But
Andy. Well, listen. Hey,
yeah,
when does
enjoy your
NFL
hour.
season start? When does that start?
What's
Pretty
that?
soon, right?
What did you say? Football?
Well, NFL season. When does that
Oh,
start?
NFL. I think we're probably
September,
gonna.
right?
Well, you typically have college games before we have NFL, but
Yeah.
yeah, I know college is 2 weeks away, so 2 weeks from
Okay.
tomorrow.
Well, you and I will be talking college and NFL on the Fridays then, a
That's
little bit.
right. Yeah, of course we
Okay,
will.
I'll let you go, and because I know people are really interested in talking about college and football, right, or
Yeah, of
NFL
course.
right now. No, they're not, but Okay.
All
So
right, Barry.
see you in about an hour, Andy.
We'll see you, buddy.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I like this transitional format better than uh, just starting a fresh YouTube stream. So usually have more people in here, but welcome aboard. If we haven't met, my name is Andy, and I'll be taking you through the next hour. If you have any questions, and we'll dive in and maybe do something on the money machine because hey, it's new for me right now. I just had it for basically 2 days, so still learning. I haven't had time to spend as much, as much as I'd like on it. But so anyway, we'll dive in. We're going to create a strategy today, and maybe we'll do this together. If you guys have any ideas, let me know, and we can definitely kind of just work outside the box, and creating these strategies for because that's what it's going to take. It's going to be great automation, and uh, but I think you're gonna, like I said, uh, have to work a little bit. It's just not. We're not just gonna give you these things and say turn them on. We'll definitely have some things for you for sure, but much like an alert or a top list that you use, I think the more input that you have, the more rewarding it's going to be. And you'll see as we build one of these coming up here. You uh, I won't get into all the settings, but we'll stick mostly to strategies, and then turn it on and see what happens. Now it is a Friday. It's an ugly day. It's option expiration on top of that, so uh, we'll have to see. And as I sit here and look at my Tesla, I see it is going lower, and it better bounce off these moving averages here. I'm gonna have to cut it. That's what you talk about. One failed breakout after another, but here's where it needs to hold, in my opinion, because real quick, let's just take a look at where it broke out of the wedge. And really, right here, this is where it needs to hold. You got moving averages, and this is basically where it broke out of the wedge. If I could get these there you go. There you have it. So, but it's just been a tough one, boy. Just one. Look here, breakout here, failed. Breakout right there, failed. Right here, cap down, failed. Yeah, you would think it's maybe a pretty good spot to pick it up at these moving averages. We can zoom in here so you can see we're right at the 200 and the 10 period moving average. Hey, three sharp, how you doing? And trader 77. There you go. It's like Steve just jumped in. Real quick, my positions. See at GNW, I've been in for a long time. Just a little bit left of it now. Baba, I just like it nibbling down here on these moving average. You got the 10 and the 20 there, but hasn't hasn't acted like it wants to bounce yet at all. But you do have the 10 period and the uh, 120.78 and 120.45. So you got a couple of moving averages down here on Baba as well, which I could add some more on that one. I don't have a big position at all. Just kind of been nibbling in. This one, I had it yesterday, took some profits off. I'm going to bear with me just 1 second. I'm gonna have to buy a little bit more Tesla too, I think. course, it's option expiration. Who knows where they like to pin this thing? There you go. I'm using they again. Hey, Mike C, how are you, buddy? Talented author, huh? Dawn of the Dead. Yes, yes, that is my baby. Maybe we can put Dawn of the Dead on the money machine, huh? See what happens. Of course, I don't think today would be. Today is going to be a tough day to put any strategy on the money machine, but let's dive in and let's play around with that. All right, so going to show you what you're going to have to do when you get this thing. Okay, and of course we'll have instructions, and we'll do once we make it live for you guys. We're gonna do webinars. We're gonna have videos. We're gonna have web. Like I said, probably do a 3-hour webinar the first day we launch it, so we can kind of help walk you through this thing because just like any other uh, powerful, you know, algorithmic component, it's going to be a learning curve. It's going to definitely be a learning curve in there. So let's dive in and just try to start one from scratch. First, we're going to build a top list to put in this baby. So let's go here and we're going to build a top list, and we're going to think outside the box because we don't want to be just chasing extended highs. All right, we're going to start from scratch and let's go to filters, and we're going to look for stocks between 5 and let's just do $50. And we want relative volume to be better than normal. Doesn't have to be huge. And like I said today, who knows what to expect. Volume today, we want to at least do in, let's say, 200,000. Want the relative volume up. We want the change from the close to be, let's just put it at 2%. Now, here's the kicker. How can we prevent a stock from, from just chasing highs, chasing something that's had 3 15-minute bars up, 8% in the last 30 minutes. We don't want to do that. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use position and range filters, and I already have it in here. But so let's put it at 50. We don't want it lower than we don't want it to be in the lower half of its intraday range, in other words. But we do not want it to be very, very at the tippy top of intraday range. And we can come in here and we can play around with this thing. But right now, I'm going to put 70. Okay, and I don't even know what we're going to get in this thing, but we'll take a look uh, at the top list before we launch it into the money machine. All right, so we got $5 to $50. We got change from the close. It's up 2%. Relative volume. We could always increase that if we're looking for big movers, but I want to get some data in there today. I want some symbols. All right, let's just come in here and add some columns. We want to see price. We want to see uh, change from the close. We want to see relative volume. And I'd like to know what the position and range is as well. Don't need a whole lot of things because we're just going to hook this up to the money machine, see what happens. All right, and so we'll just come in here up 2%. Below 70, position and range. And let's launch this. All right, we got a few stocks in here. So we'll take a look at it and you'll see these things. This is kind of what we want to see. Maybe we want to catch some of these moves. I could come in here if I wanted to, you know, even dissect it more, make sure it's above the 10 period moving average, but we're not going to do that for now. We're just going to see what we got here. That's the kind of, move. And what we'll do here, what we're going to do is we're going to sort it by position and range. I should have done that in the configuration. So we're going to come in here to sort, and we're going to do position and range, and that's going to be our sort. All right. So we'll know now the stocks that the top three are going to be basically kind of near that 70% mark of that. Trying to see. That doesn't look bad. That looks pretty good. All right. And like I said, I could come in here and I probably will at some point, maybe come in here and fine tune it. But let's go ahead and load this. We'll save it to the cloud. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to get our settings correct for the money machine. You have to have this on the money machine. Yeah, don't let that Tesla fall apart on me while I'm doing this now. You have to have this count set on the money machine one. So they have to match money machine one. And a few times a day, this didn't work. So I'm hoping it's going to work this time. And Steve's in here, so he can probably tell me what I'm doing wrong, but I have it set money machine one. Now we're going to have to load this bad boy. All right, so we're going to come in here and gosh, let me see if I remember how to do that. Okay, we're going to collaborate, copy all, and then we're going to come in here to strategy and we're going to paste collaboration. There you have it. It took. All right. We got this on money machine one. You want to make sure this is what I was doing earlier today. I still had that on paper trading. And let me save as new layout. I'm probably going to save this as new layout because I'm learning. I'm sorry, new profile. I'm not going to mess around with any of these positions right now. That's something we can get into later. You can configure all this as you like. I am really not there yet, so I'm just using the default settings that Brad and Dan's been working on for a while, so I'm not going to mess with that. All right, so everything looks good. I don't know why. Maybe when I save as new profile, it'll populate in the profile. Profile name already used. Enter a unique profile name. So why wouldn't it populate, Steve? And when I build this and I loaded it, why wouldn't it does it see the one I added the other day populated in here? I'm not sure what I need to do to populate this one. Just save, not new. Okay. What happened to it? Oh, come on now. Shut up. Collaborate, copy all, paste collaboration, and just save profile. All right. Money machine is ready to go, I believe. It's located, I got it in the right account. I got it down here in the right account. And let's fire away and see what happens. Yay, it worked. As the market turns over here. But we'll see what we're looking at here. And I could limit this to 3 positions if I wanted to. But that looks good. They're all looking pretty good. So just bear with us, okay? This is a option expiration on a Friday afternoon. So if we don't get the returns we'd like, you know, it's not going to be the same as I think you would get in the morning. So just bear with us. We're just making sure this bad boy works. And you can always, as you come in, the beautiful thing about this is you can always come in and flatten them. In other words, you see something that you don't like, uh, you could always come in and, like this one right here, it's in an ugly downtrend. Maybe I don't want to risk this too much. It doesn't work pretty quickly. Maybe I just go ahead and flat it. It'll populate it with another one. Now I'm a little concerned. Why are none of these at the top, Steve, didn't populate in here? Uh, like that CLBT. Yes, Iris, I can. Uh, well, maybe these when I did hit the button were actually because they're all pretty even. You're gonna be in that tight range. All right, we'll sit there and let that marinate a little bit. And meanwhile, I'm gonna get over here and check some of my paper trading. So you'll be able to go toggle back and forth between your, regular paper trader and uh, your money machine. Last I looked, Rick, there I haven't looked recently, but I can fire one up and see. Uh, let's just fire up a 5 minute red bar ignored real quick and see if we get any data come through. I'll set that over and keep an eye on it. This UAVS, I thought this thing had decent earnings, but it's refusing to bounce. And it's QBTS. I was just taking a shot at the 50 here, but it's a lot of dogs today. Okay, I got one, Rick. So when you pull yours up, you're seeing no connection, and you have I believe it's a premium product. Do you have a premium account? So I just got this one come through on the 5 minute. Yeah. So are you doing any sort of configuration, or are you just launching one like I just did? Just launch the RB I5, and when you do that, you're getting no connection. I would okay, I would go see Chris in our chat maybe. Uh he can take a look. He'll have you send I got you. I got you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought somebody was asking. Iris, I will send that over to you in just a second. Uh 'cause it's working fine. I don't know if anybody else has having an issue with it, but it sounds like to me you're having some sort of connection problem. So, uh, I would go see Chris in our chat, and he can have you send your support files in, or you might try, I don't know, are you on your home Wi-Fi? Are you getting, well, first of all, are you getting data in all the other scans, alerts, and top list? Is the RBI the only thing that's not working? Okay, so that's not a problem. Uh, yeah, no, just go to our website, and you can click on the bubble down here, and you can get into our chat room, and just let Chris or Steve, whoever gets in there, know what the problem is, and they'll have you to. The reason if I tell you to send files to support, it would just go in there, and nobody would know that you sent it. So you need to make contact either through email or through our chat, so we can document that you loaded your support files. He may know what the problem is anyway. Chris is really the expert when it comes to like connection issues and things like that. But I don't think there's a problem. There you go. And it might be a version. I don't know what version you're on, but it could be that you're on an older version. But I don't know if you're on the most recent beta. You're welcome. Well, Tesla doesn't want to bounce so far. UAVS, I'm about to get rid of you. Gosh, even my WRD, man. It's just okay, coming your way. There you go, Iris. All right, let's take a look at our money machine. We'll just keep this open. I mean, we do have the thing down here, but it's kind of hard to see, so we'll keep our top list open there. And we'll toggle, just going to toggle to the money machine, and not a whole lot happened. We're still working this total, and today is not correct. We are working on that. So right now, you kind of got to keep an eye out on your open P&L, but hopefully we'll get that. Hopefully we'll get that fixed before we release it to you guys. And I think what's going to be, you know, Steve calls it weeding the garden. Like if you so okay, we just got out of one and just entered another one. I'm not sure what happened there, but looks like it was IONS was just recently entered. Once again, guys, Friday afternoon option expiration is just. But what happens is what I've been doing lately when I'm playing this is if I see one that I don't like, I mean, I'm pretty quick to cut it. If I see something that's not working like this right here, I could just flatten it and it will get rid of that one and basically load another for me. So, and like I said, it's going to work better when you have more scans and uh, Here's a question for Steve. Now, Steve, what happens if these things go up? Let's take a look at ALPS. So, what happens if it goes up and it's no longer meeting the filter requirements and it closes out? In other words, it leaves the top list. It won't also leave the money machine, will it? I mean, it'll stay. This trade will stay there, I would think. Well, I guess we'll see. If it's APLS can keep going, or if we can see something else that may go away. I want to make sure if they no longer meet the filter set of the top list and exit the scan, does it close out in the money machine? Okay, so that strategy is not going to work then. Because if you get, the whole idea is you get a setup like this, it keeps going. I don't want it to. Yeah, well, I almost think, given that, you almost have to do some reversal strategies. I, I I could not imagine a worse day to try to do this on. Is there any way for top list for 30 minutes time frame trade wave? Uh, uh, I'm not sure I understand that. Is there any way for top list? Yeah, I mean, if I understand what you're saying there, yeah, you can do a 30-minute. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of our settings are filter sort change in 30 minutes. I'm not sure what you mean for 30 minutes time frame. No, no, no. We can focus on a lot of things, three sharp. I'm just uh I'm just experimenting around because I know a lot of people are interested in how this is going to work. Like I said, it's probably a really bad day to be doing that. I mean, it's option expiration. We're in a downtrend and it's Friday afternoon. Okay, let's try something different here. We got this one in here. We can just stop the money machine, and what's going to happen? It's going to exit out of all these. Let's say you got this strategy and it's not working, and they're supposed to exit. So let me just flatten. All right, so we're gonna go in here and we're gonna try something a little bit different. We're gonna do biggest gainers. I don't know if I'm supposed to change that. Yeah, biggest gainers. And we're gonna come in here to the strategy and we're gonna do something a little bit different. We're gonna we're gonna short and save profile and start money machine. Well, that didn't take long. A terrible price. All right, we'll let that marinate, see what happens. Okay, you had a quick, no problem. Yeah, we could talk about other stuff. We don't have to just sit there and stare at the money machine. Like I said, it's not a good day to be. The best time to be doing this is going to be in the morning, probably. Uh, yep, that was an ugly day today. I'm not sure where the stop was on this, but and I'm not sure. It's probably called right in here. And yeah, you can see right here. This was the entry. This was the setup coming into the day. Now, let me tell you something, guys, and this is what I've been doing. And you can see like my closed P&L. What I do when the market's at all-time highs, I'm very quick to take some profits off the table. I mean, it's even in this, GNW, the slow moving thing that this is. I'm still banging out some profits on the way. Now, if the market's had a 15% pullback and it's, basing, and then, hey, I'm looking for the ride these things out for weeks. But when the market's at all-time highs, right, like it is, I'm always quick to take profits. And if you look at that AI, let's see, ASPI, I mean, I would take that trade all the time. Uh, I mean, that was a beautiful break above, this level right here. Okay, took out these two ties. Okay, and you had a nice pop from 1037 all the way up to 1166. That's a 10% gain. So be sure don't get greedy on these things and bang out some profits. But I know you're not asking that 3 sharp, but I know a lot of people because I get emails all the time. Things that will be in the money, 8 to 10%, and then somebody hits me up. Oh, I said that one didn't work. I'm going, okay, but if somebody gives you a call and it returns 10% in 2 days and you don't take any off, I mean, I'm sorry. That's just, especially when the market's at all time highs and it's kind of teetering right now. But yes, that would be the call right here. So not only do you have it breaking this monthly high right there, okay, broke the monthly high. Look what else it was doing right here. Okay, it was breaking that wedge. See, this wedge was a beautiful wedge right there, and that was a breakout, and that's why you had that beautiful green bar from the beginning. Okay, yeah. I can't remember. That's going back about 5 days, but more than likely, I talked about this wedge, and then I talked about breaking out of those double tops right there, breaking through that, and that's what it did. But no, I have no idea how you traded it, but I'm just saying it because I do get emails a lot of times where somebody doesn't take any profits, and then 5 days, 4 or 5 days later, it rolls over, and I understand not everybody wants to trade like I do, and some trades you can get in and ride for several weeks, and some you can't, but uh, my rule is anytime we're at all-time highs like this, I'm always, constantly banging out some profits. Uh, but good question. Good question. But that was a beautiful one. I could even draw the wedge from here. I don't know why it's not letting me. Yeah, draw another line. But you can see it. I don't have to draw it. You can see the wedge there. Just all you gotta do is marry up these two lines right here. Oh, I see Kodak on the. Let's take a look and see what's going on over here. Probably a lot of red. Okay, that one's working. Like this one's running right into there. Hey, when you're trading these things, if you have one that looks like it's going to work, you can always pile on. That's what's going to be great about this one, like this PPSI. If it breaks down more, you can always load some more on there. This one is running right into the resistance, but they do have these wicks over here that they may want to get to. And you can find, instead of, maybe the biggest losers, you can do reversals on those too. But yeah, see, this P&L's not right over there. So this could potentially a move that suckered everybody in, and if it fails, this is one that maybe you want to pile on some more. I don't really see any reason. Okay, yes, I do see a reason why it would have bounced there. Some of these I should have kept with the long strategy. All right. Yeah, yeah. Are you talking about my Trader Eye when you say AI generated? Because that's not. That's just total discretionary. Uh, uh, and it's not AI stuff at all. That's just me doing my homework, old school discretionary trading. All right, let me take a look over here and see what's happening in my account. A little bit of a bounce. Tesla's trying to get a little bounce in. Yeah, yeah, going back to that AISP. So, and we'll take a look at the ones today as well, even though I'll show you what I'm talking about. Oh, wait, ASPI, was that it? Yeah. Yeah. So what I like to do is I look for range breaks. Okay. So this one over the last 5 days is just, kind of been going back and forth, thus forming this wedge that it was in. So I could have called it sooner, breaking out of that wedge, but I'd like for it to clear at that August high at the time. Okay. So this is just me, yeah, doing my homework, finding these setups. Uh, Take a look today. Uber was another example where I just kind of like the way it was kind of setting up here, and if it did, break above this level. Now I did not take this just because it's option expiration. I didn't want to. I just didn't feel comfortable with it. Now Carvana has been on the list for last couple of days. Could be getting some action here. I just saw it was called by Barry's watch list up as well. It was on the list today. PPTA has been on the list for several days, but I didn't want to take it because it has earnings like on Monday. All right, UVAS, come on, do your thing now. You've shaken the trees enough. Let's take a look at sectors here. Tan's having a good day, and DQ's having a good day. Some of those. I may have to add some Baba. Okay, did get the bar reversal there in Tesla. I'll add more if it gets above that level. Well, I thought it was good. I looked at their earnings and they look good to me, but that doesn't mean, uh, it could be one of those just like this XNet that I'm in. It's like yesterday that I thought their earnings were incredible. Did not like the way it traded, and I actually had to get out of some, because I had more than, if that did fail and it came back down. But luckily, I held on to some. So who knows? Maybe UAVS does something like this thing does. It's just wacky because I thought the earnings were good too. Makes me a little bit concerned, but this could be in our favor if I say our because Steve's in this as well. But short float's pretty big, and look at the short growth. A lot of people's been shorting this, going into the earnings season. I mean, earning day. So if this thing could get back above this level right here, let's say call it 212, could be off to the races again. I'm sorry, Iris. What do you think about COM? Uh, I missed that. but Mike C knows his stuff. It looks good. Look at the. As a matter of fact, this came on my was on one of my scans today, but I just didn't like it. A lot of these times they just end up smacking you. But yeah, if it can take out that high going back over here, I'm not sure why. Yeah, I'm not sure why I can't get a pop up. Maybe something's. I'll get one over here. Why do I have an arrow over here and a cursor over here? Do I have something on? Maybe I still have this. Okay, let's do that. All right, now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I must have had something still on over there. So basically, yeah, 1586 is a big level in that COMM. Kind of strange. I don't enjoy trading China like I used to. It's just a new dynamic now. I mean, Baba used to not have these Morse code looking action. We get a lot of crazy overnights that we did not used to get. So man, I have really had to curtail my China buying, and usually it's something that will have some sort of structure to its charts. Yes, 3 sharp. We did started going over there first, and then Steve, I made about 10 trips over there, and he made 2. Uh, but yeah, that was an experience. I'm glad I did it, but I did it for like a year, and it's the traveling was tough. Took me like from my house to my hotel. It's like 24 hours. It seems like because it was in Shenyang, and I had to fly into Beijing, catch a different flights. Yeah, it was a trip, but man, I enjoyed it. With some good food. Probably bad time to put that strategy on with the market bouncing. Kind of put it on with the market at lows. Let's go over here and Yeah, this is something I'm gonna have to play around with. I think everybody is gonna have to, 'cause I don't like the idea if it falls out. In other words, if you're doing a shorting strategy, and yeah, this is and it falls out of the top 3, that means it's working for you and it's gonna exit. I mean, so yeah, I need a no kung fu, Mike. We're all meeting. We're all gonna be meeting, so, I'm gonna be writing down a lot of questions, for these guys because, uh, for a fading strategy, that means if it's working for you, it's definitely gonna fall out of the top 3 of a bullish strategy, but you don't wanna exit that if it's working for you. So I need to talk to them. We got a lot of questions. Well, I don't know, Steve. I don't know if you're right about that. PPSI is still on my screen, and it's nowhere near the top 3 of biggest gainers. So I'm not sure it works that way. Maybe it's different. It works different for fading strategies when you go short. They have different parameters for or settings for that. Well, was a nice pop and run. I'd like to have seen that earlier on the long side. Steve, not a fan. I love duck. All right, Tesla, let's see what you're doing here. If you can get up there and take out this level right here, that would be nice. Otherwise, I'll probably thin out for the weekend. Well, I'm not using this anymore, but well, let's look at those days. Crazy. Tell you one that's been just acting a fool lately is this RGTI, man. It's all over the place. A lot of these stocks are. No, 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 3 sharp. This is I switched to biggest gainers. And then what I was doing is trying a fading strategy on these biggest gainers. Just trying something a little bit different because the market was weak, but now the market's getting strong. So they're probably not going to work. But that's the big now this one right here, I'm telling you, because I've seen patterns like this where, they basically sell off all morning. You get a little head fake, people rush in, and then it just goes lower. So if that were me, I would probably double this position. See, here's the key. I don't think it's not going to be a system that you can just cut on, walk away, right, and make money. But I think there's going to be some great opportunity for those that just manage risk and uh, till the garden, weed the garden, cut the ones that aren't working, and maybe the ones that are, you add to your position. Uh, like this run has just gotten insane for some reason, so I don't know if I want to continue to sit in that, especially if it's breaking out of this level as well. Looks like there could be some news or something behind this. That was a crazy move there. Yep, weeds in the garden. Definitely got some weeds in the garden. It's ONDS.
Not what I expected to hear when I joined Weeds in the Garden. Horticulturalism right now, or what?
That's right, man. Yeah, you're sitting there. You're looking at. Steve always talks about this. You're sitting there looking at a portfolio of stocks, and you see some green and working. You add to those and cut the red ones. You dig those weeds out.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
like it. That's not me because I don't have stocks like that. I don't have, well, I shouldn't say, I don't have swing. I don't swing at all. So I don't have enough stocks at one time
Right.
to say, oh,
Yeah.
get rid of this one, get rid of that one. And, no, I just don't have that. But just a different stock. So I'm assuming you're demonstrating the money machine a little bit. Is that what
Yeah.
you've been
Yeah.
doing?
We've been
Okay.
demonstrating it. I got some. Definitely have some questions for Brad. But
Hmm.
you know what? I think it works okay when you're shorting. It's like because I know this PPSI is nowhere near. Steve was saying once something drops out of the top three, it'll drop out of your portfolio. But
Hmm.
this PPSI has not dropped off. He hadn't been in the top three in a long time. So I'm thinking on the short side, they have
Right.
different settings and things like that. So uh,
No, I caught the tail end. You were talking about how you think the best way to use this is to still kind of to manage it,
yes,
which I would agree. But isn't the idea that it's just supposed to be run automatically for people who don't have any real experience in trading and all? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I thought that was kind of the general idea or the gist of it at the beginning. Anyway, just let it run because you're auto trading and it's going to be happening so quickly.
well, it doesn't have to happen so quickly. If you use some of the settings in there, you'll see it's nothing like it was when we first introduced it. And Michael and Steve made that video where it was jumping in and out of stocks all the time.
Right.
Yeah, we definitely slowed that down
Oh,
because
okay.
it's just too hard. You're not gonna your slippage would kill you in something like that. I think
Hmm.
so. We kind of slowed it down by using the trade wave. Uh,
Oh, okay.
yeah, you
Okay.
use the trade wave for your entries and exits, and it definitely slows everything down a bit.
So
But you
if it
can't. I mean, obviously, you can you know tighten your stops if you want to. Uh, like in real life trading, I probably wouldn't let this run away. I'm
yeah.
sure. Yeah, and if it wants to keep going, I'd probably, maybe I would cut it sooner. But yeah, there's going to be settings that you can use to where, you can tighten your stops and things like
Okay.
that.
Now, you mentioned TradeWave and all. So it literally is looking at the buy and the sell flags. It's picking
Mhm.
those up in
Yes.
real time.
Yes. Now
So
I
how?
assume I have to ask Brad what the time frame is on that.
Hmm.
I would assume it's probably a 3 to 5 minute, because
Yes, and I think it has to close, right? Because
right.
within the 5 minute or the 3 minute, it could be a buy, and then it could turn to a sell. It probably has, because it probably has to close depending on the candle size. So,
Exactly.
um, hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my question is then how far away are we from having your own alert with a buy or sell flag, like
What do you
your own
what do you mean
scan.
what do you mean
Well,
your
like
own
creating
alert?
your own alert window, your own scan,
Right.
and then generating, the alert based on the buy or sell flag.
Right. Right. Totally. Or you're saying the trigger that actually gets you
Yeah,
in
well,
a
a
get
trigger,
you in the
right? Like a
trade.
new high
Yeah.
of the day,
Yeah.
new
No,
low of the
no.
day,
I
a buy
think
or
I think
sell.
I would love to see it.
Oh yeah,
I just don't think the structure that they built is meant for that. Now, obviously, it can be done if they can do what they did with the money machine. I think
well, that's what I mean. If
yeah,
because it's obviously triggering based on seeing a buy or sell flag.
right, right.
So and that's in a tree map. So I would think that it should be easily. I don't know how easy it is, but it should be able to be done in an alert window. I would think. I don't know
Yeah,
why not.
yeah.
So
Well, we're gonna
because
meet.
it's
We're gonna meet with
recognizing
Dan
it.
and Brad. We're gonna meet for an hour, like on Monday. So these are all questions that will definitely be brought up because I think a lot of people, like David's saying, would want that.
Oh
And
yeah,
uh, I would love to have a watch list of about 50 of my favorite stocks and just
exactly.
yeah, buying the 15-minute trade wave.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
All right, Andy. Well, listen, you've gone a little over time. It's
That's all right.
1:03 now Eastern time. So thank you.
Uh
Thank you
huh.
again.
Thank you,
Now,
buddy.
before you go, do not stop the stream.
No, I'm not
Don't
gonna do
stop the
that.
stream.
I'm not. I will stop
Okay.
sharing. I'm stopping
Yes,
sharing
you
right
stop
now.
sharing, but do not stop that stream.
Yep.
Okay, I'm in. Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Thanks,
All
Andy.
right, Barry. All right.
We'll
Have a
see
good
you next
weekend.
week.
Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in YouTube and I'm back in the main room. Get rid of my message and get my music going, and we're good to go. Right. So, yeah, you're saying the solar stocks were strong, but what was happening with Run? Randy was talking about Run. Wow, Run is running. Wow, no kidding. Wow, 130. Oh, sorry, guys, I misplaced the decimal. I thought, my goodness, it's $135 now. Because I remember the last time I saw it was certainly in the teens. I thought anyway. Or okay, yeah. So, Run's running. Can't see any news on it. Not specific news anyway. But you said that the solar stocks were strong. So let's take a look at the solar ETF, which is TAN. Yeah, wow, that is strong. That is super strong. Look at the solar. You're right. And no news for them. I mean, I saw some news, but there's got to be something. I mean, that is maybe political news or something because that is a huge move for that ETF. I mean, look at the bar guys. Hmm, that is a big move. You could probably pick any stock like first. So this one's up 8.3%. So let's take a look at First Solar just out of curiosity. First Solar is up about the same as the ETF, but Run is probably way higher than that. Yeah, 29%. I think Interphase, no, Interphase has something to do with Australia. I just saw a press release or a headline. Okay, so that's up 8%. And this morning, I mean, this was this morning, yeah. IQ battery, it's IQ battery 5P with flex phase in Australia, whatever all that means. But yeah, so that was some news for Interphase or Enphase, sorry, ENPH. So it's part of the, yeah, it's part of the sector. And said short, yeah, I mean, you're bucking that trend or trying to. Wow, 17%. So it's amazing. I mean, you're right. I don't see. I'm loading all these. I'm looking for news, just in general, solar news that's causing these all these solar stocks to pop. So I'll mention that. Ari, yeah, 18%. So actually, First Solar is lagging. First Solar is only up about 9%. Yeah, so you got to wonder. Like here's Ari coming right into a potential resistance area with that high up here, with that daily high that it's looking at. There are a lot of shares available to short at some point, but I'd have 10 up and running. If I were looking to short any of these, I would have 10 up and running. Okay. This is the ETF for the solar sector, and I would have it up and running as a thumbnail. Keep an eye on it. And if it starts to dip, probably those other ones are dipping, some of them anyway. Well, ADN's been really strong, hasn't it, Tom? It's been really strong, not just today, but yeah, starting 3 days ago. Now, I will say this: that's a horrible pullback. The high of 619, and now it's back down to 394. So that's not a confidence builder or booster. Didn't your government just a while ago just dump all over the solars, stopping I mean, right around here? That was the reason for I think, the big decline in solar. Doesn't look good now for the BSLK. I was actually wondering maybe if it could take out that 14 high later. Doesn't look that good for it right now, though. All right, guys. So I did a clear on this momentum scan. So I just wanted to clear all the previous ones. So there's the VTGN. So VTGN, another one coming into a daily high. If it takes that out, let's see where it could go. Always go to a monthly chart first, I guess. Wow. So yeah, I don't remember this. I don't know. Is this a well? It's only a 20 million in the float. This is back in look 2 years ago, August of 2023. Yeah, to me, the next high. I mean, it's got to get through that high. It's got to get through that high. It's got to get through that high. To me, even on the monthly chart, they're relatively close. So it becomes something I'm not that interested in now. Yeah, you know what? I passed up on shorting this new a long time ago. I was looking at it as a potential long up here, but it's just been fading most of the day now. And it's a big float too, 3.6 billion. So it's a big float, but it would have been a nice, pretty relaxing short from about right around here, just underneath 14. Guys, keep an eye on Wolf, WULF. Okay, I've been I have this I have it thumbnailed. Now there is a high right there, 929 or so on the monthly chart. Was had a big day yesterday. And a continuation today. Now, I have a feeling, so that resistance that we're seeing here must be looking at the next high, looking left on a daily chart. Yeah, it looks about the same. Well, there it is. Yeah, there it is. So this is now basically just looking left on a daily chart to see where the next high is. All right, guys. Well, here's run another 2% move within a 5-minute period. So still no slowdown, 30%. It's not like this was an all-day runner. I mean, at the beginning of the day, it was doing nothing. It got a little bit of some volume coming in at 9:45, and then for the next I don't know couple of hours, it just rested, and it was at 12:30 is when it really started to explode. Look at all the volume that came in at 12:30. Moving on, Treasury retroactivity news. So giving them back some money retroactively. Okay, guys, and MTNB, look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume that came in. You can almost, without even looking at the volume, when if something is up 12%, you probably there's a big volume burst, and there it is. MTNB is it not nothing else? It's just a pharma. Okay, nothing to do with solar. 52%. Again, look at this. I mean, just resting, 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 resting. And 11:15, a little bit of a pop. So I don't see one for later on, guys. And when I say that, I'm talking about some stock that was super active early, then kind of resting, and then popping. Thanks, D. Well, okay. PGen. Take a look at PGEN. Okay, this has what's the float? You see, it's a huge float. So I mean, I don't expect like the massive moves that you can get with a lower float stock. But I know it's up 74%, but you can kind of see how this is. Look at a 15-minute chart. You see how it is resting. This would have been a classic one. I think if the float had been a lot lower, and then all of a sudden you get some volume, and it could just explode. And that's PGen. But I just have my doubts because of the float. But you know what? I'm going to put a price alert around 345 and just see if it takes that out later. Well, that's exactly what we were looking for. A lot of action at the beginning, and then a little pullback, and then nothing for several hours. I thought maybe the EVLV would be one, but no, it's just fading and fading and fading. And I don't see any news on this one, the MTNB. But you know what? It could have been just, I don't know what happened 5, 6 days ago. So it probably just it became active, and now traders are looking at it without any new news. Okay, guys, it's 121. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time for the week. And I'm pretty sure this promo code will not be around on Monday. So if you're at all interested in taking out a subscription, you can still get 25% off. So looking at my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So there's the promo code I'm talking about. You can still get 25% off the first month only or the entire year using that code Barry25. Pretty sure it's going to be gone by Monday. Just use my code if you don't mind. That'll help to keep the room free. Company tracks the promos, and they see my name or see my code being used enough, they'll keep the room free. Scroll down a little bit and right to the bottom almost, and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So you can sign up for it and you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, to getting started, okay? First thing you must do, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, if it's the right fit for you, then you can take a look at these videos. Don't look at the first one, but the following ones, and that might help you make up your mind whether or not you think this is a good program for you to at least try. Back to basics. You're new to trading, whole series of free videos for you if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, you're at the top here. Scroll down, middle section. Here they are. Now they're not really all scans. I mean, this is not really a scan, but just semantics, I guess. If you're looking for the things I'm sharing, this is the one that is super active all day long. Different symbols coming in all day long, and basically showing you the ones that are moving the most within a 5-minute period. And they could be negative. In other words, they could be pulling back. This is the same as the 5, except in a 2-minute version. Momentum scan. I cleared all the data from 1236 before, so that's why yours. If you have it loaded, it'll be a lot bigger, a lot more symbols. Gap continuation or reversal is here, and there's the solar edge. Pepe's combo scan, no shorts in it today, is right here. The combo scan right here. Ultra zooms is down here. So, you have any questions? Oh, this is what I use in the pre-market. Oh, we should mention that. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market axis up and down. So Shady, I looked at this. Regarding Discord. Now, as I understand it, though, because I know we tried to do this, and I don't know, but if you're saying it is, I'm not talking so much about these numbers, but as I recall, when you got to say 150 and somebody wanted to come in, it wasn't going into say the same room. It would have to almost start another room. So you could have more, but you'd have another room and then another room. I may be wrong. That's as I remember it when because we got excited about okay we can up the number of people that I can display the screen to, but it seemed to be that it wasn't all in one tab, if that makes sense. I may be wrong, because if it's all in one tab, I know this is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at. This, it's all about these tiers, and it seemed to me that you couldn't put it all in one tab though. Again, I may be wrong. All right, if it's definitely not the case now, so it'd be just as simple as if this were the room. People just come in and it's all in the same room. Okay, well, I will definitely look at it then, if that's the case. mind trying just to get into some Discord, but I can't just. I don't think we have ours anymore, unless we do. Because I'll go in there and I'll just see how it sounds. Have a link? You have a link? I know I should, but I don't. Now I'm going to have to try to remember how to do it all in a couple of years at least. Sort of quiet for me right now, so this is, hopefully, sorry guys, I hope you don't mind, but I will try because if that's the case, if we can get everybody into one room, then I'll make a recommendation to the company. And we'd have YouTube. We'd still have YouTube, but we'd have Discord and YouTube. But this looks like I have to create an account. Oh, wait a minute. Already, see, that's it. I already have an account, log in. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what, maybe I should try to create an account. No, see, it's not. I wonder if I have that password and stuff somewhere. And I launched the desktop app. Well, let's see. All right, so here I am. Download Discord. So that's the app, obviously, right? That's what you're talking about. I'd love to try it. I really would. Now my computer's probably going to go a little crazy because I'm trying to open this. It's funny because actually Discord loads for me every day. Okay, so now what? Friends? No, what I do is I did not uninstall it, but I end the task. It loads every day, but I end the task in uh, in the task manager. I thought maybe it would, just something that I didn't want to have there, but it does load every day. So obviously I did not uninstall it, but obviously this is not where you guys are. So maybe I rebooted, it would show up again. Rebooted my computer, or is there any way to get something back that I ended? I must have it installed somewhere. That makes sense, right? I must have it installed somewhere. Otherwise it wouldn't keep, loading every morning. Oh, I'm in the room? Oh, jeez. I just, okay. I just exited, so give me a moment. Now I'm getting this message, installation has failed, so guys, I'm gonna put myself on mute. I wanna get to the bottom of this, okay? Just I'm gonna put myself on mute, so I'm obviously back, but I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'd love to see if this actually works, so Okay, guys. So I think I don't know if I'm talking. If you guys, I don't see anybody that I recognize in the Discord room. I see 5 people in the TI and the Trade Ideas trading room. So I'm gonna talk again now to the main room. Can you guys hear me in any Discord room? Well, I keep talking for a while. I just don't know if anybody can hear me in any Discord room. I think it appears that I'm in the TI room, so we still do have it. Okay, well, nobody's responding to me, so I don't know what that means. Not even in the main room. I got to do a test here, guys. Can you guys hear me in the main room? Just gonna make sure. Okay, but I'm trying to find out if anybody can hear me in this Discord room or some room in Discord. You're saying yes, William? Oh, no, no. That yes is for hearing me in here. Okay. So Barry, you're saying no to Discord, right? That's what you mean? Yeah, no, thanks. I know you guys can hear me in the main room. I'm just wondering if you can hear me in. That's what I mean. I have to join a channel. So see, I'm in. You see, it says Trade Ideas Trading Room, but obviously, I've forgotten all this, Pepe. I've forgotten how to join a. Well, if somebody can tell me how to join, why am I not able to do something in here though in the Trade Ideas Trading Room? Maybe these people hear me. if if there's a, I recognize these names from years and years ago though. I did. I clicked on it. No. Well, I did. Maybe I didn't click hard enough. I don't want to do any of this. Okay. Oh, there you are. Okay. Hey, all right. Join. Whoa. I'm sorry, guys. My music is coming over screeching at me. Just give me a moment. Ooh. Okay. You hear me? How do I sound? Great. Okay. Better than the other room or the same? Now, you guys should be able to hear me in both rooms. I see Shady. Okay. I see Spanky. There's Pepe. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will keep this room running and we'll see how it goes. Okay. I'll just keep it running. Now, I have to do something about my music though, because it came across screeching at me. So music is not, you guys couldn't hear that though, could you? Okay, no music. Okay. I wonder if my music is coming at me the way you guys were saying I was sounding terrible. Because but it's not just that, it's also my trade ideas alerts are very bizarre. Give me a moment. Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. This used to happen all the time. What happened is the sound increased to 100%. Anyway, I'll keep talking, guys, and if I, if this works out, who knows? Maybe we'll switch over to Discord from the main room. Keep YouTube going. I muted myself on YouTube. No, I didn't. So guys can hear me on mute in YouTube. Yeah, but there is something going on with my sound alerts and the music. Still, it wasn't just the loud volume. It sounds very tinny. Share your screen. Okay, let me see. I have to pick the right screen. No, I can't remember how to do it, and I'm yeah, I don't know how to share. I'm sorry because it's just looking at this. I'm anticipating like my monitors, looking at the three monitors and picking the monitor I want. Ah, okay, okay. It was entire screen. Okay, there we go. Okay, I wasn't sure how to pick. So now you guys can probably see the screen in Discord. Now you can hear music. Okay, and you hear how it sounds, and you might have just heard a wow. from Trade Ideas. Sorry, guys. I can only do this not, I could probably wait till the market closes, but then I'd have to have somebody come in. But let me just stop the music. Well, there's got to be a way to do all of this the way we want, because I was able to have music before when I had Discord up and running. But seriously, how about the screen display itself? Same, better resolution, same resolution. Okay, William says he's going to keep the room open till 3:45 as I putter around here, guys. Better? And it's interesting because I've got 3 streams going now, and my computer is still not bad. Okay, guys, I'll pretend. Okay, I'm going to minimize the. So I'm not going to see if you guys actually can you post something to me, Pepe? So I can't remember where I can actually see a post. Well, I won't have 3 streams going. Well, I've got a very high speed. It's the highest I can get. Okay, so I heard a little pop somewhere. That might be you posting something, Pepe. I just can't see where it is. Okay. Okay, guys. Tell you what, I'll just keep going. Okay, I'll keep talking. My main thing. Okay, when you say click on you, where's you? You don't mean me, do you? Yes. So click on it. Okay. Sorry, still don't see. Hmm. Well, I don't know who else is listening. Yeah, probably wonder. Like, I have no idea how many people are in that room right now. I mean, it says like, I don't know if that means 106 people are in the room, or if it's just you guys, Pepe and Spanky, and probably Shady got out. Right click on the voice channel and show chat. Okay. Man, I'm sorry, Pepe. All I see is voice. I don't see the voice channel that you're talking about. You can't be talking about this. No. Voice channel. Ah, right there. Okay. Right click. Ah, there you are. Okay. Okay. Boy. Now the other thing is, I'm noticing that this still seems to be suppressed by CRISPR. Okay, guys, I'll tell you what. I don't want to. Okay, I'm going to keep going. I just want you to tell me if it is still the sound and the it's not degrading at all, and the display is still good. I'm just going to keep going as if I haven't opened Discord. Okay. So there's the MTNB, almost at the high of the day. Yeah, I have a feeling that I'm getting rid of that message. Now, are you hearing my TI sound alerts that were just saying trade ideas, or is just the music you were hearing? So you're hearing my sound alerts also. So that's got to be there's got to be a way from me that I can suppress my sound alerts and my music. Boy, Sedge is still moving higher, guys. Wow. How's that 10 doing now? Still ETF for the solar industry or solar sector? Still strong. Well, I don't have music anymore. I muted my music, but you shouldn't hear anything. Hi, guys. Saw this uni fuels a lot earlier, guys, and making another new high, or almost making a high. Hmm. I wish. Yeah, MTNB is, as you say, solidly into the gap, William. Let's take a look at it on a higher time frame. Weekly, probably can't see it. Monthly, can't see it. Yeah. Well, okay, we do see it. So there is your next high around $4. Yeah, $4 on the monthly chart for MTNB. This could have a interesting continuation on on Monday. Yeah, that is the next high. That is the next high on a monthly chart anyway, 435. Looking for any sort of, well, there's the PGEN. I thought maybe PGN might be the one. I mean, it's still basing, guys. Look at this base. My potential issue with it is the float, because it's going to take a lot of volume to move it. I mean, it's still up 71%, but look how look how beautiful it is consolidating on the 15. If this had a lower float and all of a sudden the volume came back in, I almost guarantee this would just start to move. But it's just it's basing just over the VWAP, and we're talking about the PGEN. Now, Mike in Gig Harbor, Washington, are you using my momentum scan or a variation of it, or yours completely? So Ari probably showed up earlier, right? Because remember, I did I cleared everything at 12:36 Eastern time. I cleared everything. So I'm assuming. Well, no, you can't be using mine, Mike. Or maybe you're using a variation of it, because you might be using something that I had a long time ago. The reason I say that is that the relative volume has to be at least 20 in this one. And I'm looking here, and the relative volume is 4, and the volume is still picking up. So yeah, I'm sure that's the reason. It's okay. I mean, it's just that I wanted to up it to 20 because I was getting way too many alerts. I'm still getting probably too many, but I'm sure you must probably have, I don't know, maybe a relative volume of 3, 2 or 3. Maybe that's what it is. See, I've got 20 now. So what do you have? Roblox. So somebody mentioned it earlier today, but so you guys probably heard a hallelujah, a little hallelujah in the background. Well, that's a big gap down. I didn't see this one because it's typically outside the price range. Well, Pepe, if you can fix my music or on the sound alert so they don't sound all tinny, figure that out. Boy, Joby is continuing down, guys. Joby is continuing down. Looked like it had fantastic news in the pre-market, and pre-market reacted to that news. But once the market opened, it's just been selling off all day. I need music, but even if I didn't need the music, I want my sound alerts to come in the way they're supposed to. All right, check the audio setting in Discord. All right. All right, audio setting. I know these things explode. Add a server. Yeah, add the server. How about in the in here? All right, test. Okay, let's check. Here we go. Okay, stop. Okay, well that's right, and that I'm using this is my input device is correct. The output device is correct. Okay. No, that's not correct. Yeah, input. You're right. Yeah, input should be Elgato. Now, how's that going to change? I wonder. We'll see. All right. How do I sound now? It sounds weird to me. No? It just cleared up. So how do I sound now? I'll keep talking. Same. So are you saying when I was inputting through my mic, not my mic, but my headset? And now, okay, now I'll play my music and see if that, I think it's cleared it up. Yeah, because now my sound alerts sound normal again. Normal again. Now, as far as loud goes, I can always adjust my mic, maybe. I just adjusted my mic. I don't know if that is going to make it louder. But that's crazy, Pepe. You're saying you heard me through my headset. Oh, now you hear music. Jeez. Okay. Okay, I just turned it off. Got to be something in here that prevents you guys from hearing from my computer, like the computer sounds. Input, we can't, it has to be the mic, obviously. I have different streams in Elgato. I have no idea what that's going to look like, but or sound like. I'll try that one just to see. What about now, guys? What about now? I mean, I've got my music going, and I changed the. I don't know what the variations of Elgato means here. I don't know what they all mean. No sound, Andy? Well, okay, I have to do. Sorry, guys. And we were testing this. Okay, so there's a chance that maybe we. Okay, it's back. Okay, good. What float do we have for MTNB? We have 4.5 million. That's what we have. So Pepe, can you still hear my music? If you can't hear my music, then and you can hear me well in Discord. Trade ideas and music from Spanky. You're listening to my alt 80s rock from Sirius XM. Well, yeah, he should not be able to talk. I'm the only one who should be able to talk in Discord, Rick. But I don't see any chats coming in here. Let me just. But I hear little bloops. Okay, so bottom line, guys, just a last kind of a last check. You guys can hear me in Discord. It sounds better than in the main room, and you don't hear my music. I've asked a lot of questions. The headphone icon mutes notifications. Bottom right-hand corner. Oh man. Oh, that was for Rick. Okay. Jeez. Okay, so you muted me, but that's not what you want. If you want to hear me. Okay, so how do I mute my music then? How do I mute my music and the sound alerts so that you guys can't hear them? There has to be a way. I'll stop my music, okay? I'll just stop it. Okay. So at least you don't have to listen to that. And I don't have that many sound alerts going, but there's got to be a way so you guys don't hear the sounds from my computer. It's like when I do my video every day, it asks me, it says block sounds from computer, and I say yes. I don't have it's a default now. I mean, I just selected it. So I don't have to worry if I accidentally leave my music on or even leave the sound bar on here. I don't have to worry about that. So there's got to be a way that says block whatever sounds are coming from your computer other than you. I mean, other than me talking on the mic. Anyway, back to the MTNB. This is yeah, I mean this one, looking to on Monday, we might have a multi-dayer. This has earnings. Well, it does have earnings on Tuesday before the market opens. So I don't know if this is in advance, but I would be watching this one. I would be putting either price alerts or thumbnailing this chart so we can see it Monday morning and see what it's doing. Well, I think I'm still in Discord. I think I'm still broadcasting. My mic is still on. Spanky is typing. Yeah, no, Spanky, I stopped my music. I stopped my music. Okay, so that's why. But yeah, it's picking up any sounds from my computer. And there has to be a way, as William said, had the issue years ago when I was trying this. There has to be a way. You know what, guys? It's 2:16 right now, so just bear with me. I mean, I'm normally stopping right now, but let me just see. Maybe there's something in the user settings that says, block computer sounds, voice isolation, studio, pure audio, open mic with no processing, voice isolation, just your beautiful voice. Let Discord, no, I don't think those are the options. Ha! Now you don't hear me in Discord. Well, okay, I went to that stream. Let me go back to this stream here. I don't know. Maybe that stream doesn't do it. Again, I don't know what all these different Elgato streams mean. I don't know what they mean. I used to, but I've had this now for so long that I. How about now? No. Well, my mic is on. It's not muted. Now it's muted. Now it's unmuted. Try the bottom one. Bottom one what? You don't mean that one. Oh, you mean it back into the settings. This one? Okay. All right, how's that? Now here's obviously how I can control my input volume. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. No. Well, that's crazy. How come you guys could hear before? I just did. I just did this one. Elgato Wave 3 or FX, microphone FX. I guess I'll just keep trying, okay? I'll just keep trying. Nope, okay. Try this one. I'll keep talking. See if that one works. There's only one other Elgato that I can try. So that's a no. Okay, mic in. Mic in, Elgato Wave 3. Sounds like that should be the one because it says mic in. No. Wow. Meanwhile, MTNB, guys, is, as we're doing all this, MTNB is now a 3. Guys, I'm going to stop the stream in YouTube, okay? It probably super confusing for anybody who might still be there. So sorry, guys. I would be normally stopping it anyway right now. So I'm going to end the stream on YouTube right now.